Attention true crime community. True crime community has been infiltrated.
We are dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost.
Is compromised.
We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are.
True crime community has been infiltrated.
Yes, Mr. Yes, Mr. Yes.
Cause I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Yo, I got a lot of shit to say, so I'ma do this every day. I'll be writing things until I'm fucking buried in my grave. 6 feet deep under, but my body won't decay. Cause my messages are timeless, so they'll put them on display. Oh yeah, I rap with a certainty, I have a sense of urgency. A message for eternity, for everyone internally. I had some people burning me, but now they fucking learn to see I ain't the one to fuck with. Now they looking nervously, and I don't really care what you think of me respectfully. You can kick rocks if you think you're fucking better, see. I will outwork you, turn you to an enemy. Hurt you so bad that you're gonna need some therapy. I got the motherfucking recipe. I've been cooking up hits, I'ma leave a legacy. You'll be looking small when you're standing right next to me. I'm 5'10", bitch, but I'm 10 feet next to me. I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Cause I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Yeah, I'ma do it my way.
You work in a fucking gym, and you're 45!
I do not want any spies or snitches stuck to my chest.
I can't contain it, I'm coming out with a statement. You really changed, man, all your music and arrangement. You don't know shit, shut your mouth, you can save it. I'm the same dude that got his come up from the basement. 100 songs, 100 weeks, didn't change it. Experiments, development, intelligence, and patience. I'll do it all again, cause I never feel complacent. Let's keep the good vibes, positivity's contagious. I'm never looking back, cause I made a life that's passionate. A college graduate suppressing all his talents, yeah. He found a way to go and change, become an advocate. For taking control of your life, go out and battle. And you think you have a dream, then act on it. Get after it, get out your head and fucking capture it. You got one life to master it. Don't give up on your future, we all start losers. We're all late bloomers, gotta struggle through the sewer. What you say? Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Cause I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Yeah, I'ma do it my way.
So that's it's the rule, and you can't stick with us. Whatever. Those rules aren't real. You can't stick with us!
Do it my way.
Get ready for the shit show. Smoke them if you got them. Make sure you have your cigarettes. Make sure you have your drinks. Make sure you have all your stuff ready because it's going to be a hell of a day today. Understand me when I say people are fucking sick of this.
I need you again, so stick around. So stick around.
She told her subs and everybody to get ready for the shit show that was going to be put on today. She was well aware of it before it happened. She told you to get your cigarettes, your snacks, and your drinks.
So stick around.
Say that I wasn't including Queen B, okay? I've said that on every single live. I'm not talking about Queen B. I'm not talking about Queen B. Guess what? I was fucking talking about Queen B.
Leave the world around us. They don't need to know. Come find me where the sun sets and say you'll never let me go. You're the one I want. Say you need me. Hide where I go. Don't let go. I know you feel the same. Say you need me. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love.
Queen B, bring the information on Queen B. We're done with Queen B. Queen B's in my crosshairs. There's Queen B's channel. Queen B thinks she can. But Queen B is reformed. I bet you Queen B gets tricked. Queen B.
Fake PI trash bag bitch is so obsessed with me.
You'll always be my broken love. They don't know how we love when we're lying close. With you, I know I belong. Without all eyes on us, you're the one I want. Say you need me. Hide where I go. Don't let go. I know you feel the same. Say you need me. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love.
Queen B would think she could.
Anybody at Queen B show earlier.
We talked about Queen B and stuff. I didn't listen to Queen B's.
I heard Queen B. We got bailing on Salty for Queen B, and some people not the Queen B. I don't understand why anybody's afraid of her.
About Queen B over here on Queen B.
Queen B, show her face, show her face, show her face.
That's real rich coming from somebody who wears pantyhose on his face every live.
You'll always be my broken love.
Walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been...
Yo, what's happening? What's happening?
Hello, 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 everyone.
Get ready for the shit show.
Well, is it a shit show or shambles? Because it's guaranteed to be one or two.
A little bit of both, I guess. A little bit of both.
You know, when you took the ad libs out of the music that one time, I was laughing with Felony Melanie in the chat because even without them there, like I could still hear them and say them.
It doesn't matter if they're there or not.
Right. I'd be like, she told her subs to get her little dranky drink. I hope everybody had an amazing day today. My day was so freaking good.
Yeah, it was. You know what? Mine was too, but it was busy. It was really busy.
Look at all the Hive people showing up.
I know. Go ahead, y'all. Go ahead. I'm excited. All my peeps. I heard Laura's over there just beside herself. She said drug dealers can math. Well, duh, bitch. Come on now.
I mean, you do know that, like, never mind. They definitely don't do it for free, right? Like,
she don't.
Isn't that the whole point of what they do is money? Like,
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. She's over there going the fuck off. She's mad as hell because Makeup Mobster said something and it just pissed her right off.
Oh, girl. Listen. When is she not angry? That's what I want to know. Has anybody in 5 years seen her not angry?
She's always right. Always over there going the fuck off. Sounding ridiculous.
Listen, did you ever, when you went to school and stuff back in elementary school, when they used to tell you that, although I don't agree with the theory, but like if the boys hit you, it's because they like you.
Yeah.
I feel like that's kind of what like what she does. It's like she talks about us because she likes us.
Right.
And I really feel like at this point, like she just wants to be our friend.
Well, that's why I think she gets mad. She wants to be over here and you know what I mean?
Yeah, so I mean, maybe she could smoke one too.
She needs to and calm her ass the fuck down.
Somebody send her some gummy stat.
Get some of that fucking oil or something. Something. But look at this. Brian Enton, he's calling ZavGirl out. I said, well, fuck, when I called her ass out, I got fucking, shit, talk to me here. Let me address this too. Since okay, so I heard there was a live done last night and there was a lot to be said. Apparently, Shannon has a lot of issues, but you know what? I don't really give a fuck. If Shannon can have issues with me, it's a one-way thing because I don't give two fucks about her. She's irrelevant as fuck to me, and anything she thinks is irrelevant as fuck to me. So let me just get that out of the way right fucking now. If you want to have problems, Shannon, that's fine. Have problems, but have them with your motherfucking self because I'm not interested in fucking with you. I don't give a goddamn what you got to say or how you feel. You don't donate to my fucking attorney fees, so don't speak on it. Okay, how about that?
Word to your mother.
What up, yo? What's up?
What's up?
Joneses.
I'm doing the shit show. Choo-choo.
Choo-choo.
I can't believe Brian Enton is fucking calling out ZavGirl. I said, well, shit, when I called her the fuck out, and that's another thing too. You know what I'm saying? Okay, that's another thing. I'm being fucking. I got served with a frivolous ass lawsuit that everybody in this fucking goddamn. You know what? That's okay, because guess what? If you think you ain't coming down the pipeline, you better be careful. Okay, be careful.
I suggest they read those documents, is what I'm saying.
Well, that's all right. What fucking killed me the most was B-Tim got up to explain it to him, like trying to let him, ask him, like, look, she had to look at those because she's being sued. Yes, that is something I need. You should always, before you come up and speak out and call somebody out, you need to know exactly what you're talking about. She's like, I don't run my mouth. Yes, you do, bitch. You run your fucking mouth the entire time. Last night, you ran your fucking mouth for 2 hours fucking straight.
It's been a few times now.
Hey, guys.
Hey, Boston.
Fucking in jail.
Nikki.
Hey guys.
What up, B-Tim? What's happening?
Hey, you guys.
What's up? Yeah, I mean, I tried to explain it to her. I mean, like, I jumped up and it sounded like I tried to explain, like, you have the verified facts. But the problem is that you're going to use the facts by which people got the information confirmed to make your live, and then shit on those people that did the
if I do get fucking sued with another frivolous lawsuit, I know exactly what the fuck I seen. I know exactly what the fuck was in there, and I know exactly what the fuck's going on.
Yeah, and you know, if like I'm fortunate. I mean, if you,
I'm gonna tell you something right now. I know I did. Hey, nobody can make me fucking feel bad for calling that bitch out and going in there to make sure. I know exactly what she had in that motherfucker before I called her out, because you know what? Wrong is fucking wrong, and that baby's autopsy photo should have never fucking been posted to begin with.
Well, who the fuck calls people out?
And that's where you need to keep that fucking shit at.
Well, the thing is, I would say, like, the issue is, let's say, like, Zav did a bullhorn Betty and sent a cease and desist to Savage and said, hey, I want you to take down this live and delete it, and I also don't want you to talk about it anymore, because everything you said is wrong. And what is she going to do? She would have to take it down, or she's going to have to face a case. And if she did face a case, she'd be like, okay, does anyone have receipts about the fact about these pictures? And then she'd be looking for the proof. And that's the thing, like, that's what I'm trying to explain to her. It's like a very simple thing, and I don't know why. And a lot of people were also angry about having the name of Gannon. And it's like, well, you're going to have the name of the subject. Yeah, that's another thing
that Shannon likes to fucking bitch about, even though she does the shit her motherfucking self when she had Summer Wells' name tagged in the motherfucking goddamn title of her fucking lives. But she wants to be quick as fuck to bitch about me doing it. That's the fucking point. He's tagged in the goddamn lives. You've been here 7 years, fucking Shannon. You know damn the fuck well when you're talking about somebody, you tag their fucking names so that when people search it, that's exactly what shows up.
I like to use an example. You know Tyler Feller? Everyone keeps on saying, oh, you should talk about Tyler Feller. You should talk about him. The reason why no one knows about the reason, like you talking to Tyler Feller and confronting him, is because the live is not named Tyler Feller. It's not named. So
the way you flip-flop, you need to stay out of my fucking inbox, and you need to stay out of my motherfucking email, because I'm done with your fucking good night, Shannon, I love you, but you're quick as fuck to be in my fucking inbox. I don't play that fake-ass, two-faced ass, phony-ass shit, so stay the fuck out of my inbox.
I was a little shocked at them going after chasing. I don't know why.
Hear the whole fucking live. I mean, like I said, I didn't even get to hear all of it. I just got like fucking.
Honestly, nobody should be shocked at all, because they've been looking for something.
Like,
I think the other part to that is I don't understand, like, the kind of like what I would see as selective outrage. So you're completely upset about these creators who have confirmed and are calling it out. More upset with that creators who have done that than the person who actually collected and put this behind a paywall. Like, make that make sense.
What also
it didn't seem like Savage even wanted to talk about that. She only wanted to talk about, and it just fucking derailed.
Well, that's because Shannon, I don't know. I think she just like has really gotten mad. And I'm trying to explain to her the situation.
She can take her mad ass and go the fuck on somewhere, because I don't give a fuck. I don't even speak to the bitch. I ain't never really spoke to the bitch. I don't give a fuck. I don't have she can be mad. She can stay mad. I don't give a fuck. I'm not going to continue to entertain her mad ass shit.
Yeah, I just don't get it. I don't get it. And also, like, they were angry at Science Girl. And I get people were angry that she called messaged the mother.
But she said she recalled the message.
Yeah, I know. But let me just explain.
Okay.
She recalled the message, but the reason why she did it was because she would have in her mind, she would want to be contacted about that. And I think that was her explanation of why she did it.
Yes, and that's what I'm saying. She did it with good intentions. It's not like she just was like, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and make her life a living fucking hell. And I'm just going to call her or message her and let her know these are out here just so she can fucking look at them and, have the shittiest time of her life.
Yeah, I just don't get it. I mean, and then you got this lady, I don't even know her name, with the anime avatar. I don't know. I keep on forgetting her name, but she's like going in on Science Girl for this. I'm like, you're going in on Science Girl more than ZavGirl, which is shocking to me. I'm sitting here, I'm like, So you're more.
Guess what? Science Girl wouldn't have done anything. Nobody would have said anything. Nobody would have went and looked had the fuckers not been posted to begin with.
Yeah.
Also, a lot of times, only family members can request things be removed. So sometimes.
And here, you know what? Let me go show you guys this too, because this is exactly so. There's a channel called The Docket. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of it. You guys have ever watched it?
Yeah.
Don't know. But they are on Twitter. They get documents. All the time. They get documents, phone calls, all the time. They have all kinds of stuff. They actually have let's see here. They have a video. Let me see here. In one of these videos, in one of their videos, they have a bunch of crime scene photos that they had showed, right?
Yeah, they did.
So on there, so basically I said what I thought was ZavGirl did the same. So I'm like, okay, if she just has the same ones up there that they have, there's really nothing you can't get mad at that. You know what I mean? You really
right.
That's the docket showing. They showed like the couple of the X-rays with nothing on there really. The like the bullet. They showed some other things on their channel. So I'm trying to find
Zav's included way more than the dockets had.
Yeah. Oh, fuck yeah, I did. But this is what I'm saying. I wasn't going to go in and just go the fuck off over the pictures that the same ones the docket showed.
Yeah.
You know?
I also like, yeah, and I also didn't like appreciate. Yeah.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. I don't mean to
I
cut
was
you
about
off.
to say, yeah, I was about to say, I didn't really appreciate too much how Shannon was describing it. She made it sound like you were like describing step by step of everything in there. And it's like, I think I said, watch the Deets video. You literally spend 20 seconds describing it, and then that's it. Like maybe like 15 seconds just to give an overall. And she's making it sound like it did it for like the views and everything. No, that's not it. And it's like, it's really kind of like, it's what gets me angry is that it's infighting, and it's unnecessary infighting. It's like you have a clear person who's did something wrong, talk about that person, but now everyone's gonna have to fight like this little eternal drama where it's like it's just a waste of time, a waste of energy. Like it should be, we should just focus.
Let me go real short. I promise I'll forget. It was all about ZavGirl, and then there was I would say a handful of people in the chat bringing Queen up, and then Shannon read that off, and then it was just down. You know what I mean? And
well, see, and that's the thing. The conversation was fine. The conversation's fine. Next thing you know, here goes Shannon wanting to bring me up to talk shit.
I mean, you can have an opinion.
Al had some fucking sense, and I left a comment too because, like I said, I didn't get a chance to even watch all of it, and it's gone now today, so I can't go back and watch it.
Savage put a community post up. Did you see the community post?
I seen it where she said she's sick of fucking trying to go on and do a live and fucking having it thrown off by drama and bullshit, which I get that. I understand that too. You know what I mean? Like when you have something you want to say, but I mean, she seemed like she had quite a bit to say too, which we talk in email. So if she had something she wanted to say, I figured she'd have just came and said it.
Yeah.
Well, ultimately, I mean, we at the end of the day, we all claim to be here for a purpose, right? Whether it's awareness or advocacy or just, drama, whatever you're here for.
I'm just gonna keep it real.
Yeah, like then stand on that. But I'm not a huge fan of somebody like claiming like they don't. I've seen lots of instances where like they don't watch something, they hear something, and they run with it as if it's fact. And that's where like somebody told you that this is what it was like in that, from Queen describing it. But did you really actually go and see it for yourself?
No.
Because they don't. And that's the unfortunate part is now you want to cause a fight, but for what? Like it's absolutely pointless.
They're bored.
I mean,
they're bored.
I'm just like, I just don't understand I don't like the infighting because like the truth of the matter is that I feel like, what's going to happen is, and I'm going to explain this, is the infighting is going to be picked up by Dolly and it's going to be picked up by all these people.
Oh, of course.
And they're just going to laugh. They're going to laugh their asses off because you're just doing exactly what they want, which is the stupid infighting. And we all should be focused on report, like talking about these people who are doing terrible things, shaming them, making fun of them a little bit, and just moving on. But yet we're gonna have to fight, like infighting, because one person doesn't agree with, like, oh, this person has a tag of
see, that's what we're not gonna do, because like I said, if Shannon wants to fucking be mad, Shannon can say her mad ass to fuck over there and be mad. I don't really give a fuck.
One thing to be
She's irrelevant as fuck. I don't fuck with her. Come over here. I don't go over there. I don't fuck with her. So I don't really give a fuck what she's got to say, to be honest. And I don't know since when fucking somebody was trying to say we struck Voices fucking live. I don't give a fuck about Voices live. Didn't know she was fucking live to strike her fucking live. And I don't give a fuck about her live. So I don't even know where the fuck that came from.
I don't know.
Anyhow, here's the docket, and here's these pictures that shown. Now, some of these pictures in this, here, let's go. We'll just slide right on.
So what are these pictures, Queen?
They're from the docket. This is the bedroom where all the blood was spattered on the thing. So these are some of the
crime scene pictures.
There was some of these pictures in the autopsy photos as well. Here, let's see if we get down here to find this right here. This one right here is one of the photos that was in there. So when I said the photos like this, and that's ZavGirl showing, just like this is one of the photos in there. And I said, if photos like this that she's showing, then other channels that showed as well. If there's different photos, then that's a little different. But these photos, this right here is another one that was shown. And so these photos are a little different. And I said, there's no reason to cut. This one was shown too. And I said, there's no reason to go cussing her out or calling her out if there's not pictures that are, way different. This is one of the ones that was shown as well.
Yeah.
All these
I'm just here for verification purposes.
Yeah, the back one, like the spray, all these were shown in Zav's, pretty much
they
this
were.
was shown in Zav's. Yes. And so I said, if these pictures like this are in hers, then there ain't no reason for me to be calling her out unless there's other things in there. They said, no, there's other things in there. And I said, well, then before I call her out or speak on it, I need to go see what is in there.
Yeah.
100%. Imagine if you didn't, right? And then you called her out.
And you get sued again. She said she was.
Well, who the fuck
nobody
calls
got time
people
for that. Like I
out?
said, I got one thing with this fucking lawsuit as it is.
Who calls people out without checking shit first? Them. Lyra.
Like I said,
there's several people. Nobody got time for that shit. That makes you look stupid when you call people out and talk shit to people without having any knowledge, any real knowledge, because you didn't research yourself. It makes you look stupid.
Right.
And I that's why I kind of answered it. I had a long day today, so that's why I didn't stay
covered
on
this
long.
fucking case. And matter of fact, like I said, I didn't even have to. I was half asleep. So I appreciate you going up there. I was listening to Burnt Toast's live, and I fell asleep during her live and woke up to.
I only jumped up for like maybe like a couple of minutes because I had like a job. I had a very long day.
Yeah,
today, and I had to go to bed.
Yeah,
and I can't
going up there anyways, even though it didn't really seem that they gave a fuck to even hear what you said.
That's why I jumped up just to. Yeah, like when I noticed that they were like kind of just talking about other things and they were kind of getting like mad about other things. I'm like, I answered your question. I'm hoping that this solved the thing. And I was like, let me just skedaddle. I answered and that's it, and just move on. Because I really don't want to just jump up there and start like stupid drama. And
Shannon said she doesn't run her mouth.
Yeah, I was like,
we
what?
just corrected her, 2 months ago, B10?
Okay.
Yeah. I'm like, yeah.
The hell?
And I tried to tell, like, I think Savage never read the complaint. And I says, did you read the 113-page complaint? Because the thing is if you read the complaint, it would also have something interesting there that would relate to you as well. And that's the thing. Like, I try to explain it to them and very logical, but it seemed like a lot of them were very emotional and angry. But it seemed like they weren't just angry at ZavGirl. They were angry about a lot of situations. I mean, like, I heard they were like literally denouncing the true crime community. Says, oh, they should just get rid of the whole true crime community. And I'm like, okay, this is a little bit of a bigger situation. And I'm like, I explained it. Let me just chop down. I don't really want to get into a screaming match or anger.
Because it's like with Shannon, because she just read something from the chat and then she started like, she didn't even know what really was and wasn't said.
That's why I don't really get offended by Shannon, because that's what she does. That's what she's always done. I don't really give a fuck. Honestly, I really don't give a fuck.
Well, I was offended for you because she was making it seem like You wanted to get off on it or something. Fuck that.
Like you were just doing it for like.
That's just fucking pure ignorance.
Yeah, like no.
Fucking gross.
Yeah, I think like they made it sound like you kind of like she made it sound like you were describing it for views and stuff like that, and I just didn't appreciate that because it's like, you know what I mean? Like if you watch the deets, you could actually they could have played. I think there's plenty of clips channels that I think Forgotten Whispers. I think Tiger Talks has it. There's a bunch of clip channels that have the actual you talking about it on Deets on the Streets, and it's like very short. It's concise. You have the glare on there. You have Deets on the Streets. You have a lot of people on there that could have easily, you know, you watch it and you have a discussion. And I just think it was just unnecessary. It's unnecessary drama. It's really unnecessary. And all it does is just causes infighting for no fucking reason. And I don't like that. You know what I mean? I like people just to kind of focus on the task. Yeah.
So uncomfortable.
Yeah. Focus on the task at hand, not infighting. It's so ridiculous.
Well, and like I said, I mean, shit. Like, I mean, another thing too that really pissed me the fuck off is I don't sit here and I didn't speak on Savage's fucking trip to Vegas when she was putting her PayPal out. I didn't speak on Shannon's
and
fucking
her
medication that she wanted help with from her fucking friends or whatever with her subscribers. I didn't speak on none of that shit. Because why? It's not my fucking place to speak on it. First
because
of all,
we didn't give a fuck about it. That's why.
Don't give a fuck to do it. But I sure as fuck am not going to sit here and run my fucking mouth about what they're doing either. So anyway, moving the fuck on because I don't really give a fuck to continue on with that. I really don't. So let's move the fuck on here with this.
Miss
shit.
her with that shit.
This
miss her with it.
Show, scamming of a fucking
miss
shit
me with
show.
that shit.
And if you do donate,
we don't fuck with you.
Those who have donated, I appreciate you. Thank you very, very much. I appreciate that y'all have donated, that y'all have taken the time because guess what? It's practice for me. And then who do you think she's going to go down the pipeline to?
Yeah, I would suggest Savage you read the complaint and get it down, and then you'll realize
everything
why.
She's got in there that I said, they've said a couple times themselves. So I suggest they read it if they haven't.
Yep.
Yeah. So I'm just trying to like, and then like, you know, I mean, it sounded like kind of like Shannon was like, oh, because Queen talks shit. And so I felt like I was like, are you like defending Betty's decision to sue? Like, what was that comment? Like, I don't talk shit. And I don't know. It's just weird.
Fucking Shannon talks just as much shit as we do. So she can sit there and act like she don't, but she sure as fuck does.
Yeah.
Shannon definitely talks as much shit as the next. So
it's very
unfortunate. Calling out facts in this true crime community. If the fuck shit that's going on is talking shit, well then, you know, fuck it. That's what we do. We're talking shit. Whatever. Calling out the fucking facts of what's going on. Sorry. Hi guys.
Yeah, girl. So I guess we're going into this. I didn't see any of this because I was busy all day. I heard about it. I heard Rabbit was covering it.
Yeah, this has been a whole shit show. Rabbit's been trying to keep up on it, but I mean, if you're not keeping up on it like every day, all day, you're gonna fucking miss most of it because the shit changes like the fucking goddamn wind.
It really does, yeah.
Like every fucking 2 seconds, they're scamming, they're not. They're scamming, they're not. They're scamming,
oh, they're scamming, in my opinion.
They're lying, they're lying. No, you're lying. No, they're lying. No, we're lying.
Right.
No, you're lying.
No, the
no,
ant's
lying.
lying. No, the mom's lying. Now the son's lying. Now the neighbors are lying. Now the neighbors are telling the truth, and the ant's lying, and it's fucking ridiculous. But here goes Rudy, and he's gonna speak on it. So here we go.
Oh, let's go.
Oh, you know,
when that door's open, that looks good.
Didn't you guys say Icked Mel said he was in cuffs today?
So I didn't watch his live stream. I was watching another live stream and somebody said in chat that happened, but I couldn't find it anywhere.
I was going to say, I didn't see any updates, to be honest.
Yeah, I couldn't. This is the only thing I found today.
Mama, did you see that? I know Mama watches Icked Mel pretty regularly.
Just call her Mama.
Hi, fur baby.
Yeah,
my
fur
mama.
Mama. Such a southern thing. So southern. I swear to God, that's so southern.
I mean, what do you want her to say? Hello, mother.
Yeah, that's what I say.
Mommy,
hi,
dearest.
I
would say like
it was said by a woman that Mel covered. So, okay, there we
go. Okay.
So this is the child?
Yeah, this is Rudy.
Is that confirmed? Because that seems a little. Because I saw like the
This
video.
is Rudy, I guess it says it on the thing. This is
no, it is him. It's
is
actually
him,
I think it's Houston News 26 that actually did the interview.
But also, didn't they do an interview like he was that he had like cancer?
Yes, they ask about that in this interview.
Yes,
that was 2012.
Cancer in this interview. I know that because I heard it. I was like, what? What the fuck? So yeah, they must have been really scamming. But I've missed a lot in like 3 days. I mean, like I said, it
Me too.
changes so much I can't keep up. But I mean, we're gonna listen to it here anyways. So all right, here we go.
How you feeling? Yeah, just a little sick. You know, I think I just got a cold or something. But other than that, I'm good. Happy here. Well, we probably need you to talk really loud, just because it's phones. Yeah, I understand. It's a little struggle. My throat's kind of sore. I understand. Oh, actually, it's not bad. Yeah. Hold on.
Rudy, how are you? 25.
It's like 26. It's my age and date sometimes. Sometimes it's a little hard for me to keep track, especially if I don't have.
Okay, I was about to say, are we going to pause every time there's an inconsistency? Because we're going to be here for motherfucking ever.
What's wrong with your video?
Well, she's blanking out the screen like
She has it. Yeah, she has. Grizzy actually put a filter over him.
But this is News 26.
No,
this is so. It's actually their interview hadn't aired yet. She got these, and it's 3 parts to it. But she got these and posted them before the news had actually posted their segment.
Yeah, she's been posting before the news. She goes out there and gets the same. You know what I'm saying?
Right, I know, but is she recording what the news is recording? I mean, this is basically theirs.
This is their footage.
It's
Yes.
Grizzy Hood News. This is her recording.
I know it is. I know it is. That's not what I'm asking.
And theirs comes out tonight.
He's being interviewed by News 26, and she's recording it.
Yes.
He's being interviewed.
No.
I believe he's being interviewed by everybody, right?
He's being interviewed by News 26, and she got access to the footage.
Oh, so she's not recording it.
She is not there recording it that I know of. It was never said that she was there recording it.
Okay.
Can I point out he doesn't sound like when I had the image of him, like he sounds pretty normal, like his speech patterns. He's
they've established he's fine.
Wait.
Yeah, he's fine.
Just wait. He's fine.
So I mean, like, did he just
Rena said this is Grizzy's interview. She said Grizzly, but it's Grizzy. So it says Grizzy's Hood News exclusive. And so it looks like it's her camera on him.
Mm-hmm.
She's been in every fucking interview. So it might just be the footage. I don't know. But this is what they're saying. The comments said this is Grizzy's interview only.
I really don't give a fuck. It's an interview, so.
Yeah, I mean,
I just don't know why it's so messed up.
News 26 Houston has it on their YouTube page coming out at 9:00 Eastern tonight.
Yeah.
So she just put it out early.
So I don't know. Maybe she was there recording too. I don't know.
Right.
And it's not messed up. There's a blur on it. It's like a disguise thing.
I wonder why she's doing that.
Yeah, he's 26.
Because she's putting out early, maybe?
They were blurring his faces in a lot of the pictures that they had been taking of him getting in the car and stuff.
I guess I just don't understand why they're doing that. You know what I mean?
Me either.
It's so you don't know what he looks like.
Well, obviously, but I mean.
All right, here we go.
Have phones or anything, it's a little difficult.
You know, if we keep the door a little open, it's helpful with the light back to work. If you want to hold this right there.
Oh, got him. Got him.
Are you shocked at how much attention this has gotten?
It's a lot of attention. It kind of gets me overwhelmed, But other than that, I just try to stay positive, just try to keep my mentality straight and honest and true and just spread positivity and kindness, So the world thought you were missing for 8 years. Where were you? Where have you been? Just at home. Just stuck at home, if somebody would come over, my mom would just tell me stay in the room, keep the door locked, don't let them in, don't make any sounds, don't do anything,
Tell us about what it was like living there. Were you allowed to leave the room? Was she holding you there against your
She
will?
never like locked me in or like handcuffed me or anything like that. I had free will to leave. It just felt like brainwashing, honestly. Like it just kept confusing me, just the way she would manipulate me into saying like, oh, you're gonna get arrested because you have a speeding ticket or something, like something minor, something innocent, and then it would just gonna escalate into just people just sorry.
It's okay.
Which is
Take your time.
yeah, it just escalated from there, from just wanting to get away from home, just be free, live my own life, arguing all the time, and then we eventually just went into she locked me in there pretty much mentally, just that she was my only parent. She was the only person I ever really had besides my brother.
Did you see that on his shorts, like on the bottom of his pants leg right there?
What was it?
Did you see that? A flame. You see it?
A flame?
You see that flame?
The fuck
You mean
is
his
it?
pants?
A
What do you mean
flame?
flame? What are you talking about?
He's a liar, pants on fire.
I fucking
Oh,
cannot.
you got me.
Yes, I'm looking like what flame, bitch? I'm
I'm
dead.
like, why does she care if his pants have a flame on them?
Kick her.
You just blow it out.
It's on fire.
Oh, hell no.
I just wanted to ease the tension a little.
Kick this woman. Absolutely.
We have to ease it a little, man. We got to laugh. Okay.
I thought you were going to say that, but I was like, no way that this.
No way she's going to do that.
I was like, no way.
So
she's gonna do
gullible.
that, dude.
Okay, I'll stop.
Somebody in the chat say you were trying to find Nelson.
Oh, fuck. But what the hell? I mean, like this guy, I mean, I don't, he doesn't sound like someone like, I sound like he's been like how it was painted with that guy. Whoever,
Yeah, like
guy.
nonverbal, not really talking.
Well, and when you're brainwashed, you don't really know you're brainwashed. I mean, it's like, I'm suffering from Stockholm syndrome, but
Does he not have a good tan? Well, shouldn't he be whiter if he was always inside? Or is he Spanish? That's what I was asking. Is he from Spanish?
No, because he's been talking a little bit about how like he went to work, he drove the car.
I'm agreeing with the glare here. I'm kind of agreeing with the glare. I know I'm the asshole of the group, but I feel like that, like what I feel like, I'm going to say what I feel like, and you guys can call me the asshole of the group. You can denounce me, whatever. But I feel like they were kind of doing this kind of thing where they were constantly like all these types of little, allegedly, I'm going to say allegedly so we don't get sued, allegedly certain, fraudulent activities. And then eventually he got caught and he basically made up this whole fib to kind of throw his mom under the bus to this cute guy. And the cute guy is just so fucking quick to jump at any opportunity, jumps in front of the thing and makes up this whole situation. Like I have the feeling like this is just like a recurring thing. Like he knew what the mother was doing and he kind of was maybe working with her. I don't know.
Yeah.
That's how I feel.
This is almost like lightweight sad fishing / e-bagging, because I want to say that as this media tour continues, which I'm sure that it will, slowly but surely you'll start to hear how like he wants to break away. He doesn't want to ever have to go back, but he needs to figure out what he can do because he has nothing,
Right.
In order to get people to be like, oh my gosh, I feel so bad for you. Here, let me throw money at you. But
or this, like the mom was doing this kind of this kind of scam, and then he just like does exactly what he's like. Wow, I can be in trouble for this. So he does this whole story, throws his mother, and does a sad fishing. That's what it feels like to me, because this doesn't sound like someone who's been captive in their home of this woman. It's just like it just doesn't match up. The affect of this person is a little weird. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It doesn't match. The affect does not.
I mean, why are they blurring him? That's my question. Did he request it?
The chat already answered that. So they did say in
Oh,
part
I'm not
3,
watching
this
that.
is part 1, but in part 3, he does say he didn't want his face shown.
Wonder why.
So they blurred him.
Okay.
Well, he just felt more comfortable on camera without his face being shown, I guess.
Yeah, I just, that's my feeling on it. I think his affect doesn't match the story.
Wait, B Tim, it gets better.
Yeah, let's keep going.
Oh Lord.
Keep going.
Well, Blair.
All right, well, here we go. Here we go.
So when I lost my brother, I didn't have anybody to teach me how to live, how to have confidence or trust in myself or anything, So I just depended on my mom all my life.
What had you been doing for those 8 years?
Just trying to study the best I can online, understand how the world works, understand different cultures, different religions, different everything. Because my life, I just believe that we should stop putting labels on everything and just understand the communities and the prosperity and the growth and the positivity, because there's just too much fighting, there's too much anger, there's too much depression and mental health problems in the world.
Pause.
Whoa.
Yeah, my stomach is starting to kind of.
So, is he working on becoming a motivational speaker? Like through his story, he's gonna.
All right, call Andrew Tate. We got to get him signed up with Andrew Tate.
No.
For those who know
the way he speaks is so fluently and very intellectual and whatnot.
Yeah, this doesn't match the affect that was painted to me by that Q guy. I was thinking to myself when he was going out on those sheets, like he was like emotionally stunted. He might have had some, emotional issues, a broken person, but this does not make sense.
Tattooed Birdie, that's my favorite part. I can't wait for Beast Tim to watch that part.
And he does realize that blurring his face is not going to work, because you allege pretty serious pretty serious crimes against your mother, and you're going to be going into court if they actually go forward.
Let's be real. Did we not know what his face looked like before this video?
It's not like his poster
his
was
face
old.
has been everywhere for weeks.
Yeah.
Right, but that's his 17-year-old face.
No, wasn't he recorded in the car when he came out of the hotel that day?
Yes.
Oh, I don't know. I didn't know that.
So we've seen his face since he came into freedom in air quotes.
Yeah, I just have a feeling that there's a lot more to this story.
Sitting next to him. His mom was right there, fucking on top of, she was right next to him, in the car. It looked like she was sitting on top of him, trying to squeeze in to let other people get in the seat, so they could all fit.
Something's rotten in Denmark.
Kick him.
What do you mean?
It's an algorithm that they control through social media and through the
hell.
Oh fuck, he's been watching Andrew Tate.
White wall or a white pillow.
He's in the Matrix.
Or a white car driving around the place, you'll just understand that you're just trying to have a positive thought, and then you'll look at something white and get sidetracked, and you'll get distracted about stuff and things, and then you'll find stuff like a pink wall or something, or pink whatever, and then you just be reminded of somebody trying to help you, prosperity, just somebody loving people. And red, people confuse that for anger or hate, and it's only anger or hate, these type of things, if you look at it that way.
Police said a lot of times that you were 17 when this happened and you were an adult. You spoke a little bit about this, about some of the family trauma you've had growing up. Talk about the fact that although you're an adult, how difficult it was for you to be in this situation and maybe not be able to get out of.
It felt like Stockholm Syndrome, honestly. Just held against my will mentally, not.
He didn't.
But he doesn't like the way that this world puts labels on things.
You can't have Stockholm Syndrome and know it.
So can I ask this? I'm not very well versed in anything at this point in my life on YouTube. But I thought that doesn't Stockholm Syndrome make you want to be with your captor?
Yes.
Once you're free, you want to be with your captor.
And it's not easy to get out of it and to reverse it. It's not easy.
No, you have to be
that's what I thought. I just was curious.
I researched it. I promise.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not like you go, oh, I just, yesterday had Stockholm Syndrome.
Yeah, no. Did you see, it's probably gone now, Zoots and Boots comment, it tickled me to death. I don't recognize him without the blanket.
Yeah, I know Nicholas. The Neverless guy, he was joking, at the time he was joking that like he looked like he was like doing an ET image with the blanket.
No.
No, I missed that.
The ET
I can't.
image, he was having an image with the ET phone home with the blanket.
Oh,
This was like a couple of days ago.
He sounds like he does shrooms, man. Somebody
Right?
said
He does with the colors and shit. He was just
Yeah,
saying
his
that
color
earlier.
theory definitely gave me shrooms vibes.
Yeah.
You should
Well,
make a whiteboard of it.
he
Yeah, like-
specifically mentioned shrooms, so
yeah,
Been
that sounded
dreaming,
true to me.
Been dreaming. I wanted to tell you thank you so much.
Been dreaming
You just
of you tonight.
shocked the hell out of me, and I appreciate.
She's
I
so
appreciate what you did. Thank you so very much.
As a thank you, we're gonna actually like remove
We're gonna
Boston
stop.
from
whoa,
Boston
bitch.
We're
Yeah,
gonna
whoa,
remove
bitch.
Boston from
Back
the
it up.
panel and send him personally to your house.
Actually, as a thank you, we're gonna go ahead and block the glare from the chat.
Whoa, whoa.
Whoa.
Not daddy.
Those are fighting words. Oh god.
I'm just kidding.
Well, shit, you know what's fucked up is I'm still after 3 years. I'm still fucking blocked in his chat.
Ooh, Claire,
What's
that don't
bad
look
about the glare?
good.
Let's talk about
He
that.
said he tried to
not a
block
good
it,
look.
but I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I don't know why. I don't know. It won't let. It
I
just
know.
said-
I saw him right in his chat. He's like, he searched high and low, thoroughly. He said, and he cannot find you in there.
Yeah, I did see him.
No, man. And you know what? No, man. I appreciate you too, dude. Thank you. I appreciate that, man. For real. I thank you very much. And anybody else that I haven't, thanked yet. I thank you very, very much.
The chat said, "Don't you go after daddy." I cannot.
No, that's daddy right there.
Right?
Yeah.
I love
surprised.
making him
I'm surprised Mama
uncomfortable.
didn't come for me. I know her feelings on him.
Thank God Tony's got his headset on.
The glare causing fucking divorces and fucking Jones's Jones's up late at night watching the glare while her husband's asleep. She's just like staring at the glare and through her fucking computer screen all night.
And here comes Dad. Y'all thought you was getting by without me, didn't you? Nope.
Yes.
Not you, Daddy. Oh, that's weird. Oh, that's strange. Okay, let's stop the conversation.
Yeah, Brian Enton is supposedly going to be
I was
calling
gonna say
out.
Brian Enton's supposed to be calling out ZavGirl. Is it right now or what? I mean, are we?
Yeah, is it Eastern Standard Time or
It's
what?
supposed to be 9:00 Eastern Standard Time. He said.
It's 9 on the dot.
Please, if I really hope that ZavGirl jumps on the fucking in that news thing, because I mean, like,
No chance.
if she does, I'm just gonna, and then like,
She wouldn't even go up on Glare. Come on, she ain't gonna go up there against Brian Enton.
but what do
Not
you
on
think,
national-
guys? I mean, what
Mainstream.
do you think? Like, she's so. I'm gonna say this now. If Brian Enton, like mainstream media, calls you out, you're on like thin motherfucking ice. Like at that point, like YouTube's gonna look for any reason to get rid of you at that point because you've embarrassed them. Because that's they don't want to be embarrassed by the mainstream media. And Zav, you embarrass them badly because they don't care if you're just being a piece of shit and the mainstream media doesn't catch on. But once the mainstream media catches on, you're doing shit like that. That's not
right
good.
on, Tim. They're right on to literally, hey,
Oh, that's the first thing that happens when you're about to get like completely deplatformed from YouTube or anything. When they invite you on, when they're like, "We want a question from you," you're fucked at that point. Like you really fucked. If I was like Zav right now, I would have.
I'd be shitting myself to be.
Yeah, I would have. I would have made the moment.
No
yeah,
way.
No, and like Dolly sat there and he said like, "Oh well, I should have went on vacation. Maybe I'll do that." I'm like, Dolly, you don't want the mainstream media. I would suggest you like.
Oh my God, my friend is here and I've missed you so much.
Who?
My friend. Hold on. Hold on.
You cut Rudy off.
Yo.
What up? It's my buddy.
Hey, yo.
What's up, man?
Yo, they had me trapped in like Las Vegas and stuff.
Oh shit.
Yep.
What you been doing over there?
That shit is creepy as hell.
Oh, this is
No,
my
they
one
like-
dude.
No, they
Uh-oh.
shot they shot me down because I was going to the gummy bear store.
Oh shit!
Yeah, I know, right? And I found some fool's backyard, and they're like TikTok videos of Marshall.
Oh shit! Out your ass.
And for real, and I had to crawl around like a kitty cat. Get out of there.
Meow.
Yo.
It's so
I'm
cute.
never doing. No, I'm not doing that again.
I bet you got in trouble for that, didn't you?
No, I was on TikTok.
Oh shit!
For real? Yeah, did you not see me?
I seen you, but I thought you got in trouble.
No, they came after me like a crab.
Chaos said, "Can I keep him?"
No, because I went to the
covered
wrong
that.
gummy store. You guys were supposed to send me to the candy store, but you guys sent me to the wrong gummy store. They said, oh, Marshall, these are the good gummy bears. I'm like, yo, what's up with the good gummy bears? They're like, oh, you know, it's to chase the rainbow and stuff. I was like, oh shit, cousin.
I feel like you may want to visit Grandma Sherry's panel.
Brian Enton is calling out Zav, by the way, right now.
Whoa. Is he saying, come here, Zav? Come on.
He's showing her image.
She's showing the link on it. Do you have it back here? Where is it?
I was gonna say, can you stream it
I'll
or
look
no?
for it.
The link that one got.
Poor Marshall. He was probably like, what the fuck?
Oh my gosh, you're so cute, Marshall. You're adorable.
Marshall, blink
Look
5
at those
times real
eyes.
fast.
Stop it.
Oh, like Marshall the Martian?
Yeah.
No, I'm just following the steps of my grandpa. You guys know E.T.? That's my grandpa.
You ever heard of JLR?
Y'all met him before? He came here chasing the rainbow too. The Skittles.
Hey,
you don't even know the story. Hollywood tried to make a thing of my grandpa.
I thought they did our job.
Skittles.
B-Tim, are you sharing the link?
My
what is
grandpa
going on right now is B-Tim saying, ZavGirl, come up here.
ZavGirl.
ZavGirl, yes. Say it.
Oh, you know ZavGirl?
You're so cute. You're such a cute Martian.
Thank you. You want to pet my head?
What? Stop.
Hey, Marshall. Hey, don't get dirty with me, Marshall.
Are you?
What is happening right now?
Hey, I love you, Queen Bee. I love everybody on panel. Hey, remember, chase the rainbow.
Kiss the rainbow. Okay.
Okay, B-Tim, you're slacking on us, man.
Right, where's the link? B-Tim,
Somebody say they think it's on it's streaming on Twitter.
I'm on
What?
Twitch. I'm on the Twitch. I'm on the
Brian's
tweet.
getting all fancy. He's like streaming on Twitter.
B-Tim's looking.
Oh, look, we just stressed him out probably. Sorry,
Do you hear
B-Tim.
him clicking? He's clicking.
It's
He's
yeah,
clicking.
it's okay. It's
Frantic.
okay.
He's looking
Frantic
for
clicking.
a rage click. He's got a rage.
He's
click
rage
right
clicking.
I was gonna say I'm looking for it's not on his It's not on his Twitter.
Should it be on News Nation?
Joneses, are you able to look on the live?
It might be on cable right now.
Here it is.
I
I just
looked
dropped
on
in the back
cable.
live.
It's back
Yeah,
to. Tim dropped it.
Oh, B-Tim got it.
Tim for the win. You got it.
Yeah, it wasn't on. It wasn't on YouTube TV, at least.
Let's do this.
Watch it.
I'm so excited.
So
I'm so excited too.
It's exciting.
This is the best news all day.
I put it in the back chat, but it's like live. I can't rewind it for some reason.
This case. Thank you for being with us, Michael. You were at the trial. I can't even imagine. Like, this just got me so mad thinking about Gannon's family. I know they're aware of this. I mean, how are they processing?
Well, thanks for having me on to talk about this. First off, we reached out to the family members and had discussions with them about this, just letting them know that, one, it's happening and combat this. But honestly, there's nothing they can do to get these photos down. It's just completely disrespectful to the family members that have had to live through this horror. But even more so, Gannon deserves so much more in life from him. And he certainly deserves dignity and respect in death. And there's nothing about what this YouTuber is doing. And I think there's another one out there as well that they're doing that provides any dignity or respect to Gannon. And the statement that this incident sort of justifying it just rings hollow. Other ways to do this, scientifically, they could have used body diagrams that instead of putting the actual pictures of Gannon's just completely broken body that reflects the depravity and horror that he had to live through and die at the hands of his stepmother, that he had to suffer. It's outright disgusting. And it just speaks to the lowest of human forms, in my opinion.
And there was a live stream of the trial, correct? And these were specifically blocked from going out to the public. And the same thing, I covered the Lori Vallow trial. Those pictures were also blocked so that, you know, they couldn't get out. I just wonder, like, why were these released? I mean, apparently this YouTuber had to pay quite a bit. Why even send them out?
Right. Yeah.
I state how that sort of thing works.
Oh, shit.
Actually performed in Florida.
Oh my God, look at
And
Zav up
Florida
there.
law allows these sort of things to go out under a Freedom of Information Act request. It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate that these sort of sensitive photos have to be released. And you're right. When we were in trial, we actually put blocked images out to hide some of the more sensitive parts of Gannon's body and to really show the jury just the injuries, as opposed to sort of making a spectacle of the whole situation, which we did not want to do. And again, like I said, takes away the dignity that Gannon deserved in life and in death.
And you mentioned it, there are others too. It's not just this one YouTuber. Is there anything that can be done now, Michael, that you can do to sort of get these off the internet, especially stop people from making money off of them?
Yeah, I mean, isn't that the most disgusting part of this too? That they're actually profiting off of somebody else's complete horror. He feels deep down inside over this whole thing. There's really not anything that can be done legally. I have suggested that the family reach out to a private attorney to see if there's anything they can do. As far as jurisdiction from my office or from the Colorado courts, I don't think that there's anything that they can do either, unfortunately. And maybe we need to look at changing the law as it relates to autopsy photos being released on the internet, that sort of thing. But, you know, we don't even know where these people live, these two YouTubers live, or where they're posting them from. So it really gets down to jurisdictional boundary lines and what potentially could be done based on where they live and how it's hitting in a particular area.
Yeah, and I'm a part of the true crime community. Like I said, I mean, like 99% of the people out there that follow these cases, I'm sure you realized it too, because the case that you were on was very, very popular online with people watching. You know, they have good intentions. They like to analyze the testimony. They're very, very victim focused. So, you know, most are really good. But I just think that a lot of these YouTubers, the bad ones, don't realize that like these are real human lives. It's not just some like fun thing that, you know, you do online on the weekends on YouTube. Like these people go home at night and have to deal with this.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about Gannon's parents, Al and Landon, they've had to live with the horror of what happened to Gannon for over 3 years from that January 2020 date when this all started. And this just keeps those wounds open. They know that Gannon's body is being paraded around essentially on the internet superhighway, and there's nothing they can do to stop it. And it's just grotesque. I can't imagine the low that somebody would have to go to want to put something like this out on the internet when we're talking about an 11-year-old boy who suffered the most horrific injuries and was murdered in the worst possible way.
Yeah, it's awful. Well, the good news is Patreon, where she was charging, at least on that one account, has now taken the account down. I went and checked right before the show, and it like says suspended or something like that. So at least that's some good news. Michael Allen, thank you for coming on. Please.
Also, Duty Rome was streaming it, and he got the beginning. So maybe if you want to like just like look at the first part, but I gotta see if there's actually a way to rewind it because I don't think you can.
No, because Duty Ron strikes. So I won't.
Let me see if I can find another one where you can rewind. But he really just tears into like her like really badly, like for three. Like he really tore into her. Holy fuck!
Yeah, I was gonna say we'll have to wait till it flips back around.
I'll keep an eye out. I'll go on the internet.
Because if it just ended,
do you think he could strike if you put like a thing overlay up and just let us hear it?
Duty Ron's never struck me, but I've never played all that much of his videos.
Well, I don't know. He did strike Laura, so it might just be a Laura thing.
Oh,
that's a Laura thing.
Yeah, because he's visited me and he's visited you. I mean,
he can't stand Laura.
Yeah, that's just normal. Everyone doesn't like Laura. I would say just play the little bit of the beginning where you just missed the beginning, and then just stop, because we only missed the beginning. You know what I mean? And you can just drop Duty Ron's link, obviously. And I think that should be fine. Hopefully he understands. We just want to see the beginning. And that's pretty much it. We don't mean to, you know what I mean? We just want to see the beginning.
Yo, Duty Ron, don't strike.
Don't strike us, Duty Ron. We're
I don't think he will.
We're fans of you, Duty Ron.
We
We're
love
cool
you, Duty Ron.
here.
Queen put this shit into movement. He's not gonna strike.
Well, yeah,
So if you go to,
you guys know what's really, you know what's fucked up is here. Like, give yourselves a pat on the back, because the Hive was one of the first ones to call her out, and unsupervised Manix was the one that got her Patreon taken down on. Which, I mean, everybody else helped too. You know what I mean? But like I said, everybody, this whole community. So, you know, that's
awesome.
wrong. What's wrong is wrong. Period. And the laws need to be changed. It's not going to help to sit here and bitch about it, and you know what I'm saying, to keep going, keep fighting. That's what I said. It's irrelevant. And going at it, but she knows what she did.
And she needs to donate that money.
Yeah, she does need to donate that money. Yeah, she does. But the biggest thing too is the laws have to change. I mean, that's where it's gonna.
I'm glad they brought that up. Like, I was glad to hear that. I was glad to hear them say it.
Yeah, for real. The only thing they can really do at this point is sue, and I really hope that they do. She's gonna show them again. Well, you know what? I hope they do sue her then.
If she shows it again, that shows that she's just completely a callous piece of shit, and she deserves to be sued at that point, because it's like, it's really fucking, it's like, you know, at a certain point, I mean, I remember, I'm going to tell you this. I told her, like, 2 random people in real life about this. And the first word for the first guy was demented. Is this person demented? The second one was, that's disgusting. And who is that weirdo? Those normal people that were told this story. And they were like, who is this demented, crazy person? Like one was, one of them was a lawyer. Let's just say that much. One of them was an attorney. They definitely.
Nunya had a great question last night when we were on Whispers. She said, is it the fact that she sold them and put them on Patreon, right? Is that the biggest thing? Or is it the age?
Because there's other ways she could have shown. I mean, the case is over. It's over. And that child's body was in that suitcase for 2 months.
Yeah. And the thing is,
so
if I was to go through an actual description of the child, I would not show the pictures. I would probably just read the coroner report and maybe, like, try to show an actual, him smiling. I think when you're showing the body of a child, it's disrespectful, because that's, no one wants to see themselves. You don't want to show the worst part, like where.
Well, they have diagrams too. Why can't you look at a diagram?
But you know what I mean? Like, the kid deserves a little respect and dignity. And if you could, like, you could tell the story of this kid, because the thing is, I think a lot of people forget is that when you're doing true crime, you're telling the victim's story. And yeah, unfortunately, you have to tell the ending of this victim, how they died and they went through, but you could be respectful about it. I mean, I had it's just not right, man. It's not right. But
there's everything she did. She didn't blow out like who just said that actually. She didn't blow out the private parts or anything like that. It was,
it's a child, man.
I've just heard of I haven't seen the pictures, but I've heard. It's just it's a child, right? But to me, it's any human being. I think it's wrong.
Yeah, I mean, I think
does it make it worse? Yeah, it does when it's a child, but it's wrong. I think in any capacity.
Yeah. I don't know. It just
with my mother. I mean, I would. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I don't get it.
Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, it's really fucked up. It really is.
Yeah, I'm glad Brian Henson covered it.
Yeah, I mean,
I wonder if he saw his mentor say that she would do it herself.
Yeah.
Bullhorn.
I mean, like, I give you an example of something like Jinko Furuta case. I didn't show, when I was talking about that, I didn't show deceased body, like of that person. I didn't show that. And that girl went through 44 days of torture. And, you know, I did not show that because obviously that, you know, she was a 17-year-old girl that deserved a little fucking respect. A little respect. Even if it was like, I think the kid, you know, it was like almost, what is it, 40-something years?
Yeah.
I got a question real quick. That I noticed when the prosecutor was talking. When Brian asked him how this happened, and he was talking about the Sunshine Law and it's legal in Florida and we couldn't stop it and all of this. But I just double checked this because people have been saying this, and I wanted to make sure that what we were saying was right. And I double checked it, and it is right. In the state of Florida,
yeah, it's illegal.
Recently, autopsies are excluded from the Sunshine Law with the express, like, you have to be related to them. So,
well, for minors, right? Crime
no,
scene
for
photos.
everyone. It's also for adults. You have to be a spouse or an adult child or a government body or a legal designee. So like a lawyer or someone like that. So did Colorado release those photos thinking they had to because the autopsy was done in Florida, or are we watching Colorado and Florida getting ready to punt this thing back and forth at each other because neither one of them want to admit that they're the ones that messed it up?
I
the
think what
autopsy was
happened
done in
is
Florida.
Colorado released their entire court file.
Yeah.
And because it's theirs and their law applies to their court file, those documents that were done in Florida by the medical examiner who performed the autopsy or coroner, whoever, that only applied. Like if she had requested court documents from Florida, then yeah, that law applies there. But when those documents were sent over, it was tried in Colorado, and that court file and that court record existed in Colorado. That's where those documents came from. And they don't currently have a law or a policy in place that prevents that.
As of now. But anyway, guys, I gotta skedaddle for a bit. I gotta do a couple other things.
Bye, B10.
Bye.
Bye,
See you in 57 minutes.
Bye,
Alright, see ya.
BTM.
Love you.
So then we're back to the courthouse did it just because they couldn't conceive of anybody being that vile?
Yes. Because who in their right mind that's not on the YouTube streets would think that somebody would think that this was okay?
Exactly.
You know, the girl that changed that law in Florida, Hester, I think was her name, a young girl, they had tons of people asking for her reports. And that's why they did it. They were like, oh, hell no.
Was it Tristan Bailey? Is that right?
Yes, Tristan Bailey. What did I say?
That's the girl. She was stabbed like 47 times or 147 times.
They said they had a lot of people asking. Yeah.
Yeah.
She was that little girl that was the cheerleader?
Yes. Yep. And the kid that took the Snapchat picture of himself in the back of the squad car, like, what's up? Looking for the killer of Tristan or something crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, we could have thought this would happen, right? Which is kind of weird that law enforcement didn't think it could happen.
Well, you think it happens because you see the shit side of the exploitation every day that happens on the internet.
Mm-hmm.
But people who are not like, I know sometimes we think like this is so big because it's big in this little corner of YouTube for us. But like I am sure that when the prosecutors got that call, or the DA's office, whoever, when they got that call to say that this was happening, I'm sure they were probably sick to their stomachs.
Yeah.
Like literally just on a human level, who would think that somebody would do that and charge for it and double down on it? Like most people who are human just wouldn't do that ever.
This is the 2023 version of the not for human consumption on the pack of razor blades, right? Somebody has to be dumb enough or vile enough for every law and every regulation in existence, right? Because somebody broke that law or did that thing somebody ate a Tide Pod, so now they have these giant
Yeah.
warnings that say do
I
not
see what
eat.
you're saying. Yeah. Yep.
So
Skip to Lou, that was it wasn't Real Lady Justice. That was lawyer mystery maven Jess. That was her who had reached out to the prosecutor and spoke with them, the clerk's office. Excuse me. That she spoke with the chief clerk to find out like how this went about happening and to get more information. And they are looking into changing their policies.
That's good.
that's what I was expecting him to say. I wasn't expecting him to say, "Oh, we messed up, mea culpa." I was expecting him to say, "We're looking into it," and stop there. I wasn't expecting him to blame Florida.
Well,
That
and he
one took
said,
me by
how do we,
surprise.
and he said, the only way to prevent this from happening to anybody moving forward is to change the laws.
Did they
That's something
blame
that they have
Florida
to look
though?
into.
Yeah, I didn't hear him blame Florida.
Oh, he
I think they just.
absolutely did. He said that it was Florida's fault that Sunshine Law.
Well, no, but they know that. So
Florida.
they have to know that it was in Colorado, and it was that court that was dealing with those documents. I mean,
I
That
didn't
wasn't
hear
it.
him mention
unless it should have
Florida. I
been
must have
sealed
been.
in Florida, if that's a thing. I don't think you seal it in the state where it's done. I don't know.
No,
Well, see,
he's
the
the
medical
prosecutor.
examiner.
He's the prosecutor who didn't file the motion to seal. That's why he blamed Florida.
Well, but
Oh, I see.
it's public record in Colorado, though.
I
Yeah,
mean, the
but
hard part is there are.
You can't seal something from another state. You know what I mean? You have to be in that state. You have to go by those laws. That's what.
Well, that.
They're
So
But
the
saying.
I
guy who
do
was just
think the
talking, I'm
medical
confused because I don't
examiner's
even know where
office.
Florida is coming from as far as that video, but I didn't hear it, so maybe that's what is wrong. My ears, whatever. But
Well,
the prosecutor, the lead prosecutor who was just on with Brian Inton is out of Colorado.
Right. But I think the medical examiner, because I was reading California's law, and anything from the medical examiner, like they can't release autopsy photos of minors. So,
Yes, if
the
the
medical
court
examiner,
documents are coming from California, that
right, but
law
I'm
would
not
apply.
finished. Right. And so, like you said, I think, or someone, lawyers can get them. There are different entities that can still obtain them.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe since it came from Florida, and that's who would have been responsible for, it's their law there. Do you see what I mean? The prosecutor could have them.
No.
They could use them in court, but they're still sealed for
And to
anybody
me,
else.
it's very easy to like blame the agencies, but for me personally,
Oh,
I
it's
blame
them,
the
girl.
person who got
Yeah.
it and chose to put it behind a paywall and who thought it was a great idea to do.
Yeah, because it wasn't just for her curiosity.
Absolutely
I mean, she just wanted to see it for herself. Look at it for yourself. But she put it out there knowing it could easily leak, and then end up everywhere that it ended up. And
With
then
a
you have
dollar
people like Natasha Cooper wanting to capitalize.
The ultimate responsibility for the spread of it, especially to the places that we don't talk about, that 100% Zav's getting to Natasha, spreading out across YouTube and other places, that's ultimately hers. But for the last couple of days, I have been saying I do hold the prosecutor responsible for not filing a motion to seal those photos. This is that prosecutor.
Yeah,
Right,
I don't
but
know.
it's public records there.
Yeah. I mean, again, you have to understand that every law is different. So, Colorado, and I don't know the laws. I'm not a lawyer, nothing like that. But Colorado may say we don't seal that information.
Yeah.
So no matter what motion they filed, it may have not have done any good anyways, because it may have been against the law. We don't know.
Yeah, we have a certain creator in our true crime community that has asked for FOIA, and this is in past records, and he's been refused certain records, and he appeals it and always wins because it's such a strong law. Unless the state has a law against it, it's a really strong law.
I wonder who's going to take the brunt, Colorado or Florida. They're just going to pass the blame off.
I don't think anybody's going to take the blame. I just think they have to change it.
I don't think that any.
There
I
is
don't
no
think that any
blame
government
in the court.
agency is going to take a hit for this. I
Mm-mm.
think ZavGirl's
No.
taking a hit for it.
Well, that's for
Yeah,
sure.
I mean, she was a immoral one, but she wasn't. It wasn't illegal, so they can't like press any charges. I guess there could be some civil
Yeah,
suits
there's
against
no
her,
charges.
possibly. That's about it, though, right?
Yeah, I think they could try to go after her for the money, but she would be better off just donating the money and, you
For
know.
like $100 or something that she made.
Well, let me
Oh,
ask
do you
guys a
think
question.
that's all she made?
When you FOIA something like that, right? Does it say on there this is not for resale or anything like? You know, what I mean, you can't.
Nope.
No,
So
you have
just,
to. You have
Go
to.
ahead.
You can't like just disseminate it though, like as is. You have to like use it for, if you're gonna disseminate it, it has to be like for educational purposes, kind of like fair use, but not fair use. That's how Cody was describing it to us, like similar to the idea, like you have to like disseminate. That's why she made it into that video, because it was like, it was kind of like,
Raul P. No, I did not see that. Please don't. Please don't put it in here.
You're
Put that
talking
disclaimer
about
out
the
there.
autopsy,
But that's
but not
crazy.
the rest of it, not the court records. They don't have to be for her. I mean, you can say that. You can say, okay, I'm going to, you know.
you can't disseminate them to other people though.
Well,
It's for
but
you.
How are you?
You can.
I'm doing well.
Or you can.
Oh, good.
Yes, you can.
Oh,
I
here
just
she comes.
saw the Brian Enton slam freaking dunk.
She dunked it.
Damn. And Queen and I have been in communication, and I said this yesterday, did I not? The more media, guys, is unfortunate as this whole situation is, the more media that we're able to get on this, the easier it is. I know it sounds a little twisted, but to get moving legislative changes
Yeah.
to this. And a couple of little surprising things. I was in another chat with jumped in another large creators channel and was listening and with three, professionals that worked in this area. One was including an attorney, and even the prosecutor was wrong on what can be done for this and how it happens. And I am even confused, but either way, the approach to this is going to have to be inclusive. Are we looking at FOIA? Are we looking at, and then I hear, somebody else is saying it's court records releases and whatever. The bottom line is, and the prosecutor that just got interviewed blamed this on the fact that we can't control Florida law. If you go to, Queen, I sent this to you, so it's whether and when you're willing to share, but I know Science Girl shared it. If you look at the Florida statute where the autopsy was performed had several mechanisms to block the release of the autopsy in the photos through the court as well as, and it's also exempted under the FOIA laws. So I've heard some things about, hey, let's, it's the courthouses and this lawyer called her courthouse and that and this and that. And it was the court staff's fault and the prosecutor's fault and shame on them. And I just heard a very, experienced lawyer say, I looked at the federal laws and there's nothing you can do. Guys, this was a state case. Number one, federal FOIA does not apply. Every state has their own Freedom of Information laws that apply to all of the state, any kind of state funded function all the way down to the local level. So there's a big misunderstanding on that. But
I didn't hear him say it was federal. I heard him say,
I know you can hear all you want, but I'm telling you, you're not listening to, or some of these people that are giving the opinions have limited practice scope. A prosecutor, for example, especially a career prosecutor, they don't really go into some of these areas where you're talking about freedom of information and those types of laws. I've sued under those laws to get information or, Public Meetings Act stuff and whatever. And it's statutory construction. And you just kind of have to have the experience in overlapping, I guess, and how to do statutory construction and how to make it work. But the courthouse and courthouses, I'm going to tell you for a fact, there ain't a damn thing you're going to be able to do, even if a prosecutor has them sealed. In my opinion, If they're going in the court file, which I've had many cases, and particularly high asset, very wealthy people in cases, if it's a divorce or something, and we have a separate file and we don't do filings with the court, because courts are limited in what and how and why they conceal. And every judge has a different standard. So then when you get into court records and court records being released in today's day and age, right now, I can't name one court that I practice in that is fully staffed in the clerk's office post-COVID, number one. Have the education and training, because many of them have left. And I guess where I'm going with this is if you have a law, like, here's an example, what can and can't be in a court file. If I file a document with a child's name, even in a divorce case now in my state, if I file a document with a child's name and date of birth, which used to be a year ago, it was all okay. If I file a document like that now, I get fined. You can't have that. If I file a document in state or federal court with a social security number, I'll be fined, because their law is so clear. It's not a court policy on what can and can't be done. It's the law. So where I look at this is the failure. I don't know.
The courts don't follow the law, though?
Well, I mean, the problem is you don't have, it's just like going to make a return in a retail store. Depending on what employee you have at what time and how busy or whatever, right? They can do things, it's not uniformly. But when you're breaking a law, it's way different than violating a policy.
But I just want to be clear, like, obtaining these documents wasn't breaking the law.
No, not absolutely. Exactly. Absolutely not. And I guess what I wanted, though, is put the focus back on, because these guys muddied it a little bit, although it wasn't a freaking home run. I just want to be clear, two things, is this wasn't a failure on the prosecutor's part, or the court staff's part. Okay. Yeah, maybe. I mean, I guess maybe the prosecutor not touching base with another state and making sure, because the autopsy was in Florida with the law that's very, very strict on releasing autopsies. I'll tell you right now, just like a couple of the highlights of it is, you can't release these kinds of things. Autopsy photos, doesn't matter if it's a child or not. And I know a lot of people were about the children. Mine is, a victim, or it should be any individual's autopsy photos, because you don't need the photos.
But that's Florida law versus Colorado law.
When the report is as detailed as it is.
So, I also think that, like, so what somebody was saying in chat, as far as the prosecutor goes, is like in the Watts case, they had all of the photos permanently sealed. So it kind of does set a precedence that there is this possibility that this could have been sealed. And that's where people are saying, like, potentially there was a dropping of the ball within that prosecutor's office.
So, there were a lot of drops. Maybe that's the best way to put it. There were a lot of drops, because if it was a case that I was handling, let's just put it like this way, if it was a case that I was handling, and hindsight's 2020, when you had the autopsy done in Florida, and you should always be looking to protect, in my opinion, if you're the prosecutor, the family, and you're in contact and whatever, is they should have looked at that law and made sure that coroner medical examiner didn't release it out. Number one, and could follow the law. And then they should have also taken the step to not, to have sealed the records with the court.
Yeah, of course.
And when you seal the records with the court, there are some ways around sealed records with the courts, but so there's multiple steps along the way, that things could have been done and should have been done. But the issue is, if it wasn't Florida, if I didn't pull the Florida statute on autopsies.
Yeah, and I
say
think
it's
at
a
the end of the
state
day, I
that
think what
doesn't
everybody
limit it.
can agree on is, you know, it's not they followed their policy and gave out the documents. Okay, fine, but they are not the ones who showed them. They are not the ones who
Absolutely.
exploited the kid. They are not the ones who
Absolutely. So we
collected
can talk about
money
Zav
or
all
got
day.
paid to show those photos. Like, it is absolutely on her wholeheartedly.
And I agree with you
There's no legal issue
100%.
here.
But there's like a couple things happening, I guess, tonight is the you know, slam, push, whatever, you know, as much as you can, Zav, and bring as much attention to her. But I'm also seeing a lot of blame that's going, you know, in other places. This never would have happened had Zav not done it. And we'll have, you know, she's famous. She will be famous because her stuff is going to start circulating pretty heavily. But yeah, she is the reason that it happened. But the fact is, now that there's the exposure on it, the analysis of how do you fix it needs to be correct. I don't know if that makes sense.
That's not an overnight thing, though. That takes legislation. It takes time. It takes a lot of like people,
Oh, for
and we're all
sure.
over. We're all in
Absolutely.
different states. It's not like, oh, let's all go down. It starts like locally. It starts with like being even a neighborhood count. You know, there's like a lot to
but
to
Ellie,
get to that place.
Ellie,
that
I've done it
Tristan,
for over 15 years. I know. I understand how the
Start somewhere, right?
Tristan's family got it done like within months,
Yeah,
they
no,
got that changed.
it's a long process. And so let's just say the courts, because courts have been made aware of this. I know one jurisdiction, mine, where it's been made clear in the federal and the state court to the top administrators so that they can do a policy to prevent this from happening, in a couple huge death cases that are, you know, national news, to try to prevent it from happening. And you can try a policy, but if the state FOIA allows you to get something and it's not exempted out, there isn't a court policy can't override FOIA.
Yeah, and I believe in our FOIA rights in this country. I think a lot of people do, and that's, you know.
Yeah,
I'm still wondering.
I think that's
I'm
where
still
people
wondering
are
if
getting
it wasn't
twisted, because
sealed
for me, this is
in
not
Florida.
a legal issue. This is an issue of the heart. Like,
Right.
her heart is obviously not in the right space to be a creator or to just be a human being at times. And so to me, like, the fact that, like, you can sleep at night, you went on vacation after this because woohoo you know, like, it's a heart issue, and I don't think any of us can change that.
But I'm still curious, Lady Justice, if it was sealed by the medical examiner, you know, in Florida, would it be released just for the court, but that wasn't noted somehow? Like
So
that?
yes. So what would have happened is and I've looked at, I said this, some people are just listening the first time. I've looked at a lot of different states right now and which ones allow it through FOIA and which ones don't, and which ones you have to have the next of kin sign. I mean, I've looked at all that. I've even looked at the forms, and you would have had to have the coroner's office, medical examiners, coroner, and the people have different states use different names for that individual that does the autopsies. When they're releasing in Florida, they released that autopsy to the prosecutor.
Right.
Which the prosecutor, in the law in Florida, with a pending action, that would be one place, right, that those records could go. So the medical examiner, though, if Bullhorn Betty wanted them, that autopsy in Florida, she would be denied. Or you or me, I would be denied, because in the autopsy statute in Florida, it doesn't allow, basically, you know, this non-family, non-related, you know, dissemination. Even the media, unless the next of kin signs off.
Yeah. So the chain of custody.
What's that?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I wonder if the prosecutor, he was allowed to have it, but I just wonder if it shouldn't have been released because of where it came from.
No, the prosecutor has to have it because it's.
No, I know. Yeah, I know.
Yeah. So it's part of the, it's part of the evidence. So that's where I think the prosecutor, under the laws in Colorado, there isn't something that says that the court, that a court sealing couldn't have stopped it. Like the prosecutor didn't move to seal. But in some cases, and I could see this scenario, having practiced for so long, where they were sealed and somebody in the clerk's office still somehow they got out. So I think that to me, if you want to prevent this, it needs to be at the coroner medical examiner's office, period. And if people want information on death cases, there's diagrams. Okay. You don't have to have the photos. You could, run into stuff showing up on the internet and all different, kinds of cases in the legal system. I don't care. I mean, you might have a divorce or a CPS case or something, and somebody's posting on social media. So like, you can't do that, but restricting photos, in these situations or videos, because I'm here to tell you, they videotape a lot. Well, I don't know if that girl's around, but in some of the cases that I've handled, they videotape the autopsies.
Right.
And you can
That's
also,
what I was afraid of.
And as attorneys, and a couple of death cases we have our own examiner come in and do it after it's already been done by the county examiner. So, it can get really dicey. And I don't think it's limiting just an internet publication. I think that law should be limiting even just access to them. If you make the pool of people that can get it from the source, which is the medical examiner's office, I think that that's probably going to be the most productive way to do it. But who knows?
Yeah, I think Florida for minors, it includes crime scene photos.
Well, I think a crime scene photo in this case wouldn't have changed anything.
No, I'm just saying it includes not just autopsy, but the crime scene photo.
Law.
Oh, I hear what you're saying. Okay.
Yeah, for minors, not for everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah. I can see where,
Oh, this is the part we missed, right?
Yeah. I think there's, I think that the work that's been done in the YouTube community that has stood up against this and stood up for Gannon, his family, and every other victim that this could happen to, I think is incredible. It just needs to go to the next step, which you'll get. I've had, several meetings with legislative people, and I presented in the meeting that I had today is the statute of Florida, and kind of what I'm saying here. And it's probably the route that my state is going to start running it up the chain for a change. And in the meantime, as kind of a backup, you can go to your Supreme Court. In most states are the ones that set the rules for the courts. At the
just walk in there to the Supreme Court.
The Supreme Court in your state has it's called in my state, the Supreme Court Administrator's Office. They make some of these procedural, type policies. And then the local courts can do it too. And those are usually formed by whoever the chief judge is that's assigned. Which is why I'm saying is that can change depending on who's in charge of the policy. So I don't know. I think it's going to be a long road, guys. But I think that the lion's share of recognizing the problem and that there needs to be a solution, even in the perfect, case, is you could have some kind of law that you want to address it, and who knows what the legislature is going to do with amendments and all that other stuff. So it'll be interesting, but I think that you guys have all done amazing work in keeping the pressure on, and I, like Brian Enton, really wish that ZavGirl's legal name was attached with the story that's going to continue to circulate.
Oh, that's true. They didn't say her name.
Well, he basically said, if you're so proud of your channel, then why aren't you using your real name?
Oh, wow.
Apparently, he doesn't know how the fuckery of YouTube in the real life that people go and the lengths that people go to mess with the lives of those they have some kind of conflict with. But he did say that. He said, so I don't even know. We don't even know this person's name that did it. He said,
Yeah, I didn't even notice that.
ZavGirl. Why didn't you use your real name?
Hmm.
I kind of feel like he might have an idea about like the internet and how it works by
I
now. But
agree.
I feel like
Yeah.
he probably said that, meaning
Well-
like, you're so brazen as to do this with these photos. You know, like, why don't you be yourself and use your real name? Maybe that's why.
Yeah, and if Queen or somebody wanted to look, saw on Twitter Brian Enton's posts, and he basically was almost like
he said her name.
He was almost like a YouTube creator on Twitter saying, "Come on up." You know,
he did.
Wow.
Name yourself. I'd love to hear your reason.
He did what the
said
Glare
that on
did.
Twitter. He pushed it hard.
Yes, he did. He said it on his Twitter. Yes.
Take a link.
He said we gave
pretty
her
much.
maybe the opportunity to come up and explain yourself.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, aren't FOIA requests also public? Like the people that request them?
Yeah.
I thought so.
Yeah, I mentioned that on Sunday that you can FOIA what has been FOIA'd on, like, say, I want to FOIA from, FOIA what has been FOIA'd from the court or on such and such case. And I want a delineation of what it was that they got and how much it cost. I mean, you can FOIA FOIAs, and I have actually handled cases where I FOIA FOIAs to see what
and you see who got them.
The spread is on information that's out there that I don't necessarily want out there. So yes, you can FOIA a FOIA, and if you use that as a starting point, for large litigation lawyers like myself, you start with the FOIA request, and then I can move into who's all got it, kind of thing.
Yeah, yeah. Cool.
So, but
it's like strategy, right?
What's that?
It's like strategy, just about, right?
Yeah, yeah. But you guys, I have a question, and I really want someone to help me out on this, because I've seen so much on both sides of this. Who released this? The court?
The court.
Through a FOIA?
Just the court. Like Cody Jones was saying, it was a court request.
Public
information request.
Under FOIA. Oh yeah, under FOIA though. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
The court packet that she was able, if she wanted to add the audio, it would have been a lot more money for those calls from prison.
Yeah, but that would have, I hear what you're saying. So I guess my question is, or where I'm going with this is you don't necessarily have to FOIA court records.
That's what Cody was saying.
It's
Cody
public.
Jones,
you just walk into the clerk's office and say,
exactly.
I want file number. It's 2023. I want file number 2023-007 or Jones versus Jones, and they bring the file, and then you have to review the file in an area that there's surveillance, cameras, because people kind of do nefarious things with court files every now and then. So you review the file, and you'll tag often which documents, pleadings you want copies of, and it goes from there.
But in a FOIA, you can request everything.
Like and with a FOIA, you can be rejected, where with the other, you can't be rejected?
Correct. Correct.
Okay.
With a FOIA, you can be denied with an exemption under the law. With the court, what's in the court file, you have public access to almost all of the files. PPO restraining
except for open cases.
Yeah. Well, no.
Yeah.
Open cases too, except what you don't see is juvenile proceedings.
Or things that are gagged.
Because I got rejected this past year on a case out of San Bernardino County, and I was told because it was an open case.
For a court file? On a juvenile?
No juveniles involved. It's a 187 murder.
It
was a YouTuber. His name is Savage Studios. He got killed. Some subscribers set him up.
Yeah, it could be policy, could have been, something more internal, but I don't know what,
They also won't release the murderer's mugshot either. And I'm from California too, so I wonder if I drove up there, because I'm like probably 2 hours away from there, would it be different?
Well, maybe not. Maybe what I would do is call and ask first, and they say you can't get it, and then ask them under what law or policy.
I forget what the guy said at the precinct. He was like, contact the DA and try to get a hold of his attorney. You could ask his attorney personally, or you could ask the DA or something like that. I might have a little fucked up.
You're probably not going to get something released that you can't get from the court, because
that's what I'm thinking.
There's liability and
he said try back after. Like he said try back after the case is closed. You probably have more luck, is what he's like doing basically. But,
yeah. So you guys are doing a great job. I know there's a lot on panel and you want to discuss, but I just saw that and I haven't checked in with Queen, and keep the foot on the neck and on the issue. And I'm thinking, what does it say? I think Natasha Cooper's in more trouble legally because of the new law passed in Florida before she posted the photos.
Somebody said her Patreon is back up though.
Well, here's the bigger issue with Natasha Cooper. She's ban evading, and we have seen how many channels from these tragedy pimps you guys go down that were ban evading. You know what I'm saying?
She's on number 50 something. That's what like Voices said.
Yeah, I think it's when she monetizes that she gets it.
But
that's when she gets kicked. Yeah.
Yeah.
She
I don't think she uploaded. She just did like a live stream and then deleted it, didn't she? I don't think she kept it uploaded for everybody to see.
Well, I
That's
guess
probably greedy. Why is she trying to monetize? What an idiot.
Well, the thing is that
I really don't know. I didn't check into Natasha.
Here's my point. My point is, and I'm not saying to mass flag. This is coming from me. This is my opinion. I would be letting YouTube know that she's got another channel, and
people always let YouTube know every time she pops up another channel.
But hang on, and attach. So take what Enton does, because he'll put something out with his story tonight. Is tag team YouTube. We all oughta tag team YouTube with both of their things and say, when are you going to, right? Stop the ban evasions, and it's ban evasions and
bigger because of what she did, right? So
ban evasion and your own terms of service to prevent this from never happening again. There you go. There's some language. When is YouTube going to take action to protect victims and make sure that this doesn't happen again, or this is on you, team YouTube?
It's on Patreon though that she did it, right?
Patreon, as I understand, isn't it connected to YouTube?
No.
Okay.
No.
Well,
no, but I think their policy is, even if you do it, I think
they have strict policies over there,
like off YouTube.
Well, here, make it super easy. You just to make sure you tag at Team YouTube and Patreon, and tag them both.
That's what they did.
And
that's
say,
what they would Zav.
You enabled this, and these are ban evaders, or one is a well-known ban evader or whatever. So I think that you got to take it to YouTube. I just don't. YouTube. The fact is, YouTube could change their policies
tomorrow.
I think they have one though.
Order exactly. And
I don't think you can show them.
YouTube could hire some more human people to review.
Well, humans would be good.
Instead of lining the pockets of like the big wigs in the company.
Well, they use
like
AI too. I mean, every 29 days she gets kicked by AI. Because like, oh, there's that one. She gets picked up right before she gets monetized, and then so they have a system for getting rid of her. She's pretty much she's not really. She's just working the system, they still booting
like
her.
Michelle.
There's 55,000 uploads down, videos uploaded. I think it's a minute. You know how many people you would have to hire? Like in reality, that's why they're doing all this AI stuff.
But I think YouTube already has the policy. You can't show those. She wouldn't have been able to put those on YouTube.
Oh, never. No. Yeah.
Okay. So then, what I'm saying. Then I don't.
The Patreon thing. I don't know much about Patreon, truthfully.
They still have Molly.
That could change the policies the quickest. I mean, even changing a courthouse policy, guys, it's a bunch of bullshit.
Well, and she didn't even advertise for it on YouTube either. She she specifically didn't say autopsy photos. She said, I got this case file coming, and that's all she said. I don't even think she said, I'm going to put it on Patreon. She was like basically kind of just like, oh, I got this coming. You guys want to see, or something like that.
She didn't
know what I mean?
advertise on a community post. You're talking about Zav? Natasha did.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Like she didn't,
yeah.
she wasn't specific about like, I'm going to have autopsy photos and I'm going to post them on Patreon. She didn't say that.
She just said that she got all the.
Some people were saying that, but that was not the
fact.
fact.
No, I know. Me and Nunya were like on it. We were like, we were looking for it. And people are like, oh, look here. And everywhere we looked, it was just like either that community post that you're talking about or nothing to do with
she was talking about the case file. It was very general. It was a very general statement. So
super duper general. I think she removed it. I like screenshot.
Well, and people got to remember, like, this is like, this doesn't hardly ever fucking happen, dude. You know, well, like it's like kids.
Yeah, but this is the thing.
Autopsy photos popping up.
Yeah, the thing that now that it's kind of the cat out of the bag, just as quick as it happened, you know, with the copycats is, you know, Idaho 4. I've looked at the Idaho laws. Okay, the Idaho law is pretty easy to get this kind of stuff.
Oh, it is.
And when they have a FOIA law that doesn't ban it, okay, but a court can seal it. There's the argument of a court can't trump what the law says.
Right.
Okay, so I don't know what's going to happen, but I see the good Nunya is, I don't often read chat, but you know, YouTube is here to make money.
Yeah.
But neither one of these are bringing in enough money for YouTube to make it worth having to appear in congressional hearings and have a complete overhaul like Facebook and Instagram. And they are already on
especially not Natasha Cooper, you know, because she's on she was on a channel. I like how the article quoted her as having a much smaller channel. I thought that was so funny. That must have made her so mad. Yeah, they must, like, there was an article out there that talked about how Sav had like 90K subs and Natasha Cooper with a much smaller channel at 3,000, and like, because they don't know the ins and the outs about her losing her channel, you know what I mean, and all that stuff.
Yeah.
So I thought that was pretty funny. It probably burned her ass really bad, you know.
Yeah. Well, just, you know, keep the focus and keep the pressure. Yes, the focus for YouTube, this platform for.
I mean, balls get dropped all the time. Like, look at what happened with Jared's victim. Her social security number got doxxed.
Yeah, but
you know, like,
how different would we be here in this YouTube community of true crime if maybe just, you know, hindsight's 2020 is if things were done more aggressively or addressed more aggressively with the Kyle Rodney case, right?
Yeah.
Am I mixing a client? The girl that drowned in the car?
Kylie Rodney.
Is that her?
Yeah.
Kylie and
Rodney.
They were putting, you know, wasn't this ZavGirl the one that was
she
focusing on a dead body in the back seat and speculating?
No.
Okay.
No,
but she did look at the autopsy records and stuff, because that's what she does, you know. So she was just like, but she was like pushing that line. This is like over the line. But she like
records,
went through
did she have photos?
Autopsy. Yeah, no photos, just like the records, only the records. But she like read. Some people were like upset that she talked about like the Diva Cup and stuff.
Yeah, it was Justice.
Was it
going over like autopsy reports is pretty common in true crime channels,
right?
But just like depending on like there was no reason for her to go on and on about the Diva Cup, and just like and to add conspiracy theories to it is just so disrespectful. Like, there was a channel that went over the autopsy report and was very, very thorough and very respectful, and like didn't, you know, talk about like certain things, and it didn't feel wrong. You know what I mean? Like,
you know, one of the few times
the written report on this, it's very comprehensive and almost like there was almost duplicative within it, like to make sure that every possible thing was covered in it. And again, if you read the read the medical examiner's report, why do you need the photos?
Right. It's exactly.
And if you don't fucking understand,
you just don't know. You just don't need it.
Educational purpose for
some people are very visual learners, though. I don't know. Some people, whatever. I mean, I don't know.
I'm sorry, but I don't want anybody learning visually
What if you
the
could go
victim of
into
a
like
crime. So
and see them at a courthouse and then leave if
no,
they were
here's
just
the
for like
thing.
no.
And
Okay.
this was said by even the prosecutor. Even
I get what you're saying, but like in a situation where, okay, so I get what you're saying where like people are very visual and they want to see things, but in a situation where normally these said photos are being protected, like during the trial, okay, like they give the parents the heads up, like, hey, we're gonna look at this stuff, y'all can exit, and then come back. And so then to have them posted to social media platforms is like totally defeating the purpose of, you know what I mean, of that
But
courtesy they
people
were
live
given.
streamed it though. People did live stream certain autopsy photos in this
But they were
trial.
blurred out, I think.
Not all of them. Mm-mm.
Well,
Some
not
people
all of
blurred them.
them.
Some
But
people didn't. Yeah. So I don't know. So that
I don't know. I feel like that
kind
gets kind of lost in the sauce though too, because
It does get
the
lost in
trial
the
was
sauce.
so long. You know what I
It's so
mean?
true.
Like,
It really
But
does.
here's
It
the
brings
thing.
it gives enough time for, like, say a person that's watching to be like, oh shit, that's coming now. Okay, I can click out. Where
But what are you trying to, like, in terms of, I'm a visual learner. So what are you? You want to learn and be educated?
She's not talking about
What if
herself.
like
I'm not.
just like
No, I'm,
saying
and I don't mean
somebody like
yourself.
Zav. Okay, let me finish my. Say
Okay, go
somebody
ahead.
like Zav like wants to become like a coroner or a medical doctor, and it's very interesting for her
Then
to see
go to
autopsy
fucking school, get a degree, and
Exactly.
then
What
go
if
to
she
the,
is gonna
then
go
go
to if she and
a
if she is gonna
professional
go to
school.
school? I know. I'm saying like YouTube isn't the place, but I'm saying like she has her right to want to like look at those.
Yeah,
things.
do it on her
That's all
personal
I'm
time though.
saying.
She's viewing
Yeah,
video on someone's private part.
she does have that right. Yeah, but that's the
Like,
thing is that,
I
but
don't
to
even
charge
think
for
that
them
people
but
know
the
more.
right to go charge $3 for
Yeah,
it is
that's,
No.
that's
That's
where
no. I'm just saying the
that's
right
where
to
it gets a
want to
little
know.
dicey. You know what I mean? Like,
Hey, this is what
The
I'll
whole
say.
thing is dicey. I'm saying, but I'm just saying, like, as like a person that maybe she's visual and like, and for her own consumption, if nobody ever knew it, like, then who cares, right? Like, it just became public, and then it became this terrible, awful thing. But like, that's why I still don't think the root of all of this was evil. I don't think she's an evil person.
Yeah, but I'm not even going to litigate that issue or argue that issue. The issue
please don't.
is,
Oh, good, awesome.
Yeah,
Don't litigate me.
no. The issue is that
she's like, please don't.
That it's if you have such a need to learn, and I think the Glairer covered this. Will, if you're listening, and I saw some stuff in your chat. Queen is, and it's part of coming together, and I commend both of you for at least working together. And focusing on the issue is if you want to learn how these things are done, even in your YouTube, and you're a big advocate or whatever, so they're explaining things in the medical report and you don't understand it, there's a couple channels that'll go through autopsies. But I'll tell you, nobody in medical schools, coroners, these things were not intended to be out just floating around in the general public. None of these, whether you were a kid or an adult. And so professionals are trying to figure this out. And the coroners, medical examiners associations are a lot of the ones that were pushing for moves and laws on it, because they don't feel it's professional to be disseminated.
What if this was a 20-year-old case and this autopsy?
I don't give a damn.
You don't care? Okay.
I don't get, yeah. And I don't, and it's not personal against you. It's the privacy and the dignity of the human, that person and whoever
a cold
family
case?
is. If you're not related in any way, shape, or form to the case, it's just
what if it's a cold case? I don't know. Then I'm saying what ifs. Yeah. Okay. I don't know. I have different ideas about like information.
Yeah.
For me, can I say something real quick, guys? For me, if she wanted to do it for educational purposes, then she should have sat at her computer by herself and watched it and whatnot, as opposed to putting it up like she did. I think it's really that easy.
But let me tell you what happened one time and one of the very few times I've watched ZavGirl, she put up some documents, so court documents, and it was some guy, I don't remember who it was, but the social security number was on there. And so I put in chat, hey, the guy's social is up there. And she looks at the chat and she, has that look she has at the camera. And she goes, oh, wow. Okay, well, I'll edit that out later.
WTF,
and just kept going.
There's some really significant penalties for doing that.
Yeah, she just kept going. Like,
yeah, she doesn't give a fuck.
Yeah, she goes, oh, I'll get that later. It's like I've never seen anybody do that.
I don't think it's, to me, and I go maybe a little further, but the focus of this is I don't think anyone should lose their right to privacy as a family. I mean, not just the human that his life was taken, okay, because they're a victim of a crime. Because not, for those that don't know, not every single case has, or every single death has an autopsy or a medical examiner's report. So the ones that do, there's certain circumstances and reasons for why they do. And victims of crimes, murdered people, happen to fall under that.
There is some idiot in Laura's chat earlier that was like, oh, these people are the same ones that have talked and shown pictures of does post-mortem. And I'm like, what are you even fucking talking about? There's a purpose for showing pictures of does, you fucking moron.
Does
as in people that are unidentified.
So
because you're trying to find out who the people are.
So
you know what I mean?
Yeah. And I guess to exemplify my point, and that's why I think it puts like just different and respecting life and being curious. Okay, if you want to be curious about science and whatever, get one of your family members to have an autopsy and you can look at that.
Fair enough.
I mean, a lay person, somebody, and I'm a lay person, I'm not a medical examiner or coroner, is like to be wanting to look at the bodies of somebody else that is dead, that were brutally taken, or someone that they're not even related to, is not a member of their family, and they're next to kin or anything like that. Man, you just should have a right, to privacy. And every, autopsy and that shouldn't be available. And there are laws that say, unless they can't be, going out unless the next of kin signs off on it. So maybe I feel like I'm going to donate my body to science. I'm not, but science and research. And you can look at, cadavers and stuff they use in medical schools and that. But even like, that's your career. It's not your entertainment. And that's what I mean. And entertainment's not really the right word, but there's not, imagine if it was on TV.
No, I can imagine a scenario where
it isn't the wrong word,
but
it's
not an 11-year-old that had been in a suitcase for 2 months. I don't know what you're looking at. Like,
I think that just makes it the extreme, and this one.
Yeah, especially since it's a closed case, that there was no question how.
Yeah, there was no
there was no
public
question. Like there was no like, oh my gosh, like they said it was an unaliving, but I think it's a 187. It wasn't. There was no question.
It was cut and clear. That's it.
Yeah.
Like I understood with the Androcchio ones because there was a lot of questions, and there was one picture specifically that blew holes in the story that was presented.
Yeah. See, I think in some
about
cases,
like rigor mortis and stuff and the position he was.
Yeah.
And I totally got why people want to see it and why it was floating around. It still felt weird to me, but I got it at least. This I just don't like. This was just like, this was a blatant money grab.
Well,
like over here, $3. Like,
as Tiffany says, it's salacious fodder, period. Couldn't agree with her more. Okay. But if I don't have an issue, and, some people, their privacy level and what they, I don't care and whatever. Well, like, let's say I sign off and say, hey, you can use my autopsy publicly. Well, do my family members, my children and grandchildren, do they want to see it, and their grandchildren? You know what I mean? So the family should at least have, if we're going to be doing that, even in, crime cases, have the right to decide. Because I brought this up on Sunday and I don't know the answer to this, but let's just say it was Gabby Petito. And because we know the family, right? The family and some of the stuff that they've gone through. What if they decided that they didn't care and they wanted, autopsy photos out there so everybody could see what, Brian did to her allegedly, since some still don't believe it was him. But like, so the family, can decide. But again, is, Ellie, I think, says has said often, like, well, what if it's this and what if it's that and whatever. I think for me, and she makes really valid points, but for me, all of it's great. But the family of a victim or the family of the deceased person should have the right to say, go ahead, I don't feel it's an invasion of privacy and used for this and this and this reason, or no, I don't want that. You know, so that's just those are just, you know, my personal views on it, but you can see where this can go. So I heard, or somebody sent me a screenshot or something of something that, you know, this kind of thing was going to be autopsy photos were going to be requested for creators that put this stuff out there, and people were going to look into their family lines to see who they could get equally personal information to put on the internet. Well, how the F does that solve anything? But I guess it makes the point that we probably ought to close the loopholes in these kinds of very personal, private information that should really remain, you know, shouldn't be public. The people that have no idea, never met, had nothing to do with the individuals. So that's kind of where I think it, you know, that's at least personally my opinion on it. But I think, again, you guys have done some freaking amazing work, and, you know, keep going down the road and contacting legislators and senators, and, you know, that I'm getting to some of that I'll provide to creators that want to use it. But and it's super simple. We have to get to the
I'm
next
sorry,
stage.
can I interrupt real
We
quick?
can't
Queen,
forget
are you
about
here?
this tomorrow.
Oh yeah, please. Yeah. Yep. What?
Go ahead.
Queen, is Queen here?
Yeah, maybe what's up?
I was gonna let you know that they released part 3
of Rudy.
New Orleans sent it to you, you the link. But they released part 3 of the interview for Rudy.
The let me just say this, and I'm going to jump down. Chick Eastwater, Florida's law that passed in 2021 with the autopsies. I haven't. I've read the law, and it's posted on Science Girls, and Queen has access. I sent it to her as well. And I will pull the Earnhardt Family Protection Act. I don't know if it's the same thing that you're talking about, because that Florida law was amended or changed.
The Sunshine one?
Is it like 404?
No, it's not. It is not the Sunshine Law. It's the autopsies. It governs autopsies.
Right. The one that I was talking about, Tristan, whatever her name is, that they got changed.
Tristan Bailey. Yeah, the laws in Florida were changed. Yeah, it's is it the Tristan Bailey law now or something like that?
Yeah. With that,
matter of fact, here's the Tristan Bailey Foundation, and it says, let's see here. Tristan Bailey Foundation helps pass law blocking release of minors' crime photos and videos.
Yeah. What's the can you pull up the
Senate bill signed by Governor DeSantis that prohibits the release of photos of the killing of a child in Florida.
Science Girl mentioned it in her post, lady.
Holy shit! So that's even less
newer
restrictive than. Oh yeah. So Natasha could have some problems.
Yeah, she lives in Florida.
Natasha could have some problems because she lives in Florida, doesn't she?
That's what I was told, but I don't know.
Supposedly, who knows?
So Natalie has a good point. She said, so just because it's pics, like everybody has a problem with it, but it's okay for some of these creators to make tens and thousands of dollars raking over terrible crimes, and many families do not want that either.
Yeah, good question. I mean, why pictures?
And that's a good
why
question.
do pictures
Like, you know,
become...
while we're all like really outraged about this particular situation, like, what about the families who don't want their, you know, public, like for example, the Idaho 4, right? There's so many people who talk about it, but there still is families who are grieving, who don't want, you know, the details to be discussed over and over and over again. Like, where does the, you know, true crime community, right?
Some
where
do,
does that
some don't.
start and end in a respect for, you know, the family's requests or needs.
You want an answer to that? I think the only way that, in my opinion, the only way that's going to stop, and I am this extreme on this issue because I do work with victims every day, is I don't think you should ever be able to profit off of somebody else's, tragedy or missing persons. I think are a little bit different, but that would mean that you couldn't monetize in any way, shape, or form to be covering, these cases, because the fact of the matter is you're profiting off the death. Without the death of this individual, you wouldn't be on YouTube making money.
What about News Nation then? Even
Yeah, you're never going to stop that.
Well,
Yeah.
so here's
the news will always do it.
Well, here's the grip on that. They are moving to more clearly defined media, and it's different and distinct from social media platforms.
Oh yeah. I don't believe that's ever gonna like change.
Yeah,
them.
I can't foresee that happening, but I would love to see, at some point in time, I would absolutely love to see like those streams not be monetized. Okay, fine, you want to go over it, that's cool, but or like there be like a automatic, like any money you make has to go to, like, YouTube has to give that money for that stream to here or there, a victim's advocacy programs and things like that. That would be nice too. I mean, it will probably never happen, but I'm just saying. That would be nice.
It's just unfortunate, and I guess part of we have to keep in perspective is this is just in the big scheme of crime across this country, and murders specifically, which seems to be the big true crime thing, not so much missing people anymore, is if you are if you're going to cover the cases, and I guess like restreaming, court TV is the TV that's selected to be the pool camera, and you're restreaming court TV or whatever. I think that like doing that with proceedings is a hell of a lot different than in the big scheme of things. The impact just on it's not a handful, it's more than that, but the big scheme of things and all of these murder cases, it is really kind of like a handful of cases that these families have been harassed and traumatized. Their trauma, unbelievable amounts of it, because of YouTubers and what has been done.
Yeah.
And it's really unfortunate. And so you kind of just really need to address, that issue. And I like what I'm seeing with the community self-policing itself. In my opinion, that's what's happening right now. You're holding a creator's, feet to the fire for what they did. And then you're also looking at how to make it so that this doesn't happen to a victim again. So
the residual harassment has to stop. Like when going after families and friends and
so
naming them as suspects.
I think that
collateral damage.
Yeah, I don't know. Burden of proof. That's a really good question, because I know we literally just talked about this.
What question?
And I know we talked about the work that goes into, making sure that what you're reporting is factual.
Yeah.
But yeah, like what if, and I think that's where it lies, right? Like missing persons, you're bringing awareness to the person who's missing and their story and where they went missing and all that kind of stuff. So I feel like that's different because awareness is needed. But then on the other side, like if it's a court case that's currently going, I don't know if I feel the same exact way.
About court cases being streamed, or
like being made monetized content.
I mean, like Emily Baker, say like her, when she covers a case and offers commentary over the case, like, and she makes a lot, like during Johnny Depp and stuff and Alec Murdaugh, she was probably making like, I think I looked up her Playboard, and she was making like sometimes like $30K a day on super chats because people were asking her legal questions that really wanted to
She's a licensed professional.
I know.
Yeah, I don't
Emily D. Baker.
A lot different than a YouTuber.
But I'm saying Emily D. Baker. I'm talking about a licensed
she is a YouTuber.
I mean, I thought I'm like acting like people. I think I'm sorry. Do you want me to explain? I know that. Whatever.
No, I agree with you, but I think that the difference is it's a little bit different.
Well, there's a lot of licensed like people, you know, I mean, I'm not comparing it
Well,
to this is,
no, but like a homicide detectives, like Duty Ron, you know, retired
Yeah,
police
see, and then,
officers
but
like
then
others.
even then, I feel like then you go into a totally different territory because now you're talking about, well, is it respectful content or not? You know?
Well, I only think that like the big difference is like because of licensing and education and training and professional experience, you know where the lines are and you don't cross, you know, they don't necessarily go there where, you know, I guess you could do the same thing again with YouTube terms of service if they would actually enforce them.
I mean, even News Nation, they crossed the line. They report like misinformation. They like
Oh,
got
Jesus.
so much
Remember?
wrong in the Idaho
Yeah.
force. So like you
I
can't.
stopped watching News Nation because I used to really like I liked it when it first came out, but there's a lot of bullshit going on News Nation too. But hey, I got to jump down. I got a full day tomorrow. Love to everybody here. And you know, guys, keep focused. You're in the right place, and the issue's been brought to the head. It's time to act on it in terms of solution. And you know, you could keep your foot on the throats a little bit more still for a little while longer.
Brian,
Take
it
care.
didn't really help there. Thanks.
Take care, guys. Love you, Queen.
Good night.
Bye.
Bye.
Yeah. So, yeah,
Okay.
Burton, I just want to clarify for myself. I actually think that at the end of the day, like, I don't think there's ever going to be a way to police, you know, what
Being a
content a
professional.
creator could make or be monetized for, anything like that. I understand that, like, does it respect the family? But I think that's up to the creator having some type of like ethics and integrity
that?
within themselves.
Yeah.
There was like an echo for a minute.
Yeah, I just,
I think.
you know, everything's relative. I don't know. I just think
Everything is
people that
relative.
keep throwing people under the bus and calling them suspects, and you know, there's just a lot that I
There's a
never
lot that
saw.
happens.
Yeah, I've never seen it this bad, and you know,
Really? Since you've been here.
like the
It
FOIA
keeps getting
request.
worse.
JLR's over there getting FOIA request
Yeah, all the time.
so tonight he was talking about Candace. Apparently, I don't know if she was convicted or not because he leaves that off. But not only is he naming her, but 4 other people in the report, and he's telling his subs, now get out your pen and paper, and then he spells out the name of 3 people from, I think it was like 15 years ago that were arrested with Candace Bly. Now, why? Because he wants them to find out who they are and discuss 3 people that have nothing to do with Summer Wells.
Allegedly.
Well, maybe they did from 15 years ago. And he keeps calling Dawn the prime suspect in her disappearance, and that law enforcement has told him that. It's that kind of bullshit that makes people not even want to look for her.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I wish, and again, it's probably like the fairy tale land that I live in as a newbie. But like, I truly do wish that there was a way to actually like educate, you know, creators on being ethical. And, you know, I get the awareness part of it too.
Well, there's no money in it.
Well, that's true too. That is true. The more salacious they are, the more money they'll make. So that's true. But
right. I think that's what they look at.
Yeah.
I just think it's gotten so out of hand.
Yeah. And I think, I mean, Burton, I just want to be clear. Like, I think that you're super duper respectful. And I think that as a creator, you are very mindful of how, like, I feel like
so
you go
mindful.
into each like story you're going to talk about, case you're going to talk about, like you go into it with like, how can I honor this victim? How can I honor this family and still talk about it? And I think that's where, like, you know, that's where the difference lies.
With all the
Well,
facts.
look at
Like, she's
Steve
so factual,
Gonsalves.
too. Yeah.
Look at Steve Gonsalves. He wants it out there.
Exactly.
You know,
compared to like
yeah.
Ethan's parents, say, or like Ethan's parents who won't even go to the trial. Like, look at the difference how they both are. Like, the more information that Steve would want, like, if he could have it, he would let everybody have it, I would think.
Well, not only
I really think
that,
so, you know.
all the eyes on this case, because it's so high profile. Like, that's what
Yeah.
I would want. I wouldn't want everybody thrown under the bus. I wouldn't want autopsy pictures out or the gory details, but I would want eyes on that courtroom
Definitely. Yeah, of
during a
course.
trial, you know?
Yeah, I see how he does, and I see how Ethan's parents just don't want to put the energy there at all, you know.
And
Yeah.
Kate,
Hi,
Kate Does
guys.
Crime has a good point. She said everyone makes lapses of judgment at some point, but it's how you handle that as well. And I think that I agree
That's
because,
true.
there was an opportunity that was given that was like, okay, well, how are you going to handle this?
With Zav.
And instead of being like, look, guys, I messed up, this wasn't my
Exactly.
intentions. I had the best of
Contrition.
intentions, but that didn't matter. I'm really sorry. It won't happen again. Instead of handling it like that and
Yeah.
womaning up, manning up, whatever to it, then it turned out into like, no, I did what I did and I'm detached
Yeah.
and you all got to get over it. Maybe,
There's a
but what do you
window.
think?
There's always a window. Like Uni had that window. People get that window, and that window,
Yeah.
when that passes, it kind of like builds. And this thing even took on other legs because of Natasha and all of that. But look at it. Like, I think you said you could cut things off at the beginning and say, yeah, I screwed up. Wasn't my intentions, but yeah, and said, oh, I'm just gonna wait till I get back from vacation to address it. That's not good either, right?
Right.
Can I do you guys remember, or maybe one of you that are up here said, which one, when you guys are discussing and said that it would be okay, maybe like with the awareness if someone's missing, but then, and then not so much maybe for the trials?
Me. That was me. The good
Okay.
lady.
Okay. Perfect. I'm glad that you're still up here then. What about, for example, like when I cover a missing case, I don't know, obviously, from the jump, who is going to remain missing, who is going to be found safe, and who's going to turn up that it was at the hands of another. And if I'm covering the updates, because that I give updates on the active missing and whatnot, and keep the audience up to date with what's going on in each of them. And so if we're following the case and somebody ends up being found that they lost their life at the hands of another, I personally I care very much about justice. And a lot of people that watch are involved with true crime and the missing also would like to see that through. And so that's why I was just kind of wondering, like,
So what
I'm not
about doing
so big
that video,
on,
just not monetizing that update?
right. Well, that's what I want to know. Like, at what point exactly? I mean, so we cover it.
Like, where does it stop and where does
Right.
it start? Yeah. That
Right.
makes sense.
And
That's why I said I don't think that you'd ever really be able to, fully do away with it because it also takes time, right? Like, I'm sure it takes you a lot of time to research to be a good solid creator. You're doing that research, you're making sure that the information you're coming with is factual, and that takes time. And again, I mean, time is money at the end of the day.
I also have
So
another question
that
for
would be
those of
hard.
you that are monetized, because if this is a little loophole that I would be able to do, I would be so good with that. But I'm wondering, because everyone was mentioning, if you're monetized, then you can, YouTube will help push out your information or your streams and like kind of get you out there
Yeah.
more. Is there a way that so my question would be individual videos. Do they only push out? Are we still okay? Do they only push out the videos and streams that are actually monetized, or do they push all the videos because you as a creator are monetized? Meaning, could I become monetized and then turn off? Listen, someone's got to take the button away from me, because if it's up to me to when do I feel it's appropriate for me to keep the
Turn off
monetization on,
certain streams.
I will
And you
turn
could do
it
that.
off every single time
Yeah. People do that. Oh,
So
then you're always
yeah.
gonna turn it off.
so that I'm not making money on any of it. But
Yeah,
but
so
then does that defeat the entire
you
purpose?
can turn your monetization off per video. Turn it
Yeah.
off, turn it on. You can even turn it on. I think you can even turn it on later on. But to me, all I mean, what you're trying to do is a little bit different because you're just trying to get into the algorithm, right? And so when you're trying to do that, you're using hashtags and you're using the fact that your page is monetized and that video is monetized. As soon as you monetize that video, YouTube wants to show it to more people. And so you've got it in the regular timeline, not just in the subscriptions part, but you've got that in the timeline now because it wants people to watch this video so they can watch the ads so they can get paid. But that doesn't have to be every video. It's that video.
Right. Right. So I see. Okay. So maybe if I'm trying, man, that sucks. I hate it so much. It's just such a, it really, I struggle hard with it. But so like if the person's currently missing and I want that to be one that will hopefully get more push to get to a larger audience, I would probably need to keep the monetization left on. And
Yeah,
then
so I just want to make it clear because I don't want the chat coming for me. I'm not telling you what to do on your page. I am absolutely nobody to determine who should get paid or not on YouTube. That's not what this conversation was. This actually sounds like it's a continuation of a conversation we had a couple weeks back, where Burden has had a lot of questions and has struggled with. She does need to be monetized. She should, and all of us have encouraged her to turn. We've been like hashtag where's the button, on
right,
her
and then
page.
and then I just happened to hear the statement made just before I popped up here of in whoever's opinion, they feel that anybody in true crime, if you are talking about these cases, no, you shouldn't be making any money at all. And that's when I'm like, hold up.
No. So
Like,
that's not. So I was reading a comment in the chat, and the person in the chat was like basically like a make it make sense, right? So we're upset at this picture being out there, right? Because of how it affects the family, and it was a
oh, for
minor
sure.
and money and all that stuff, right?
Yeah.
But what thought process? What's our level of upsetness when there may be a family who doesn't want their kids or their family members' case talked about, and true crime creators will still cover that.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
No,
so
I
then
think,
somebody mentioned and make money off of it.
yeah.
So that's where that came from. It wasn't like no true crime creator should ever make money. Like I'm not wasn't saying it like that. So
Oh,
if
I
that's
don't
how
even,
it
I
came
didn't
out,
even
I
think
do
it was, no,
apologize
no,
because
no,
that
I
wasn't
didn't
my
even think it was
intention.
you. I actually thought that I thought Lady Justice. That's why I wanted to be sure what the part I was touching on when I asked. I wanted to make sure whether it was her that jumped down or if it was you. 'Cause I didn't know who said it. And I thought it was her maybe that said the other thing, but maybe not. I don't remember. I could go back. I could try to go back on it, but yeah, no, that was it. And that's why I just said so like should is it okay to monetize it or not?
Yeah,
And
I mean, I think it's your own, it's your own. Well, I'm not, listen, only because I know you, I'm not going to leave it up to your own devices. Because we'll never get the join button at that point.
oh my goodness.
Yeah. All right.
You should
Queen, what's
absolutely
this video?
monetize. You do a lot of work.
Well, I'm currently got to deal with well, I'm actually waiting for YouTube team YouTube to yeah, okay. I didn't even see that, but they said we're going to pass this along for another look. It may take a couple of days until we have an update, but we'll let you know when we have one. I don't know if anybody has advice on whether that sounds like that's
You
AI or
tweeted
does
them?
that sound like I tweeted them, yes.
Okay,
good.
I'll go retweet it because you got to grab their attention. Like
They
that
said,
sounds like an automated response.
that's
to
what
me.
I was wondering. The first one that they sent was, want to make sure we're looking at the right video with exclamation points. I'm like, why are they yelling at me? And then they said, can you share the video URL so we could take a look? And I said, the video was removed, but I believe this will get you to the right area. Put the link. And then they wrote back and said, we're going to pass this along for another look. It may take a couple of days till we have an update, but we'll let you know when we have one. And
yeah, so if you do Twitter, go retweet Burden so she can get that monetization.
That's right.
And yeah, I know that's right after this conversation the other, like sometime last week with all of you.
Yeah.
I covered winter and put out like the press conference I did of the update, and then at the end of my stream, I do like the happy video, something lighthearted, and it just so happened to be an animal rescue, and I'm like, this goes perfectly. Like we're hoping for a rescue of Winter, and so hand in hand. And anyway, nope, YouTube did not think that was good. They're trying to like tell me that I've got that it's graphic content, and that's I forgot they worded to me. They said it is violent or graphic content, and then it claims that it's malicious infliction of physical or psychological harm. And I was
Oh my God.
Yeah, and I'm like,
Gosh,
really?
AI is getting nasty.
You you think that's, I don't know, it's just wild. And actually the fact that Jones's mom, like the one and only video she ever put on her channel, it's the
Was
same
that
exact
one?
video.
Yeah.
And they hit her.
Oh wow, that's crazy.
So anyway, I gotta fight this first, and then if they tell me to fly a kite, then I've got 90 days until I can think on the button. I'm giggling about it, but it's not funny, actually.
It's good to laugh at things, though.
I know. I want to cover, like to me, some really important topics, but I know like they're already like words that YouTube already doesn't like, and I'm gonna be in their crosshairs during these
Yeah.
So
You don't want to get your channel taken down or whatever, like from a
Right.
result of getting monetized, like that. You mean that?
Yeah.
Like if you have a can of worms, possibly.
Queen, are you back?
What's going on in chat?
I don't know.
Mommy
but
ramblings, girl.
Mommy ramblings.
Yeah,
What is she talking about?
I feel like everybody,
Mommy ramblings.
I'm not really a fan of telling people where they.
No, cut that shit out. If she wants to be over there, she can be over there.
Who she supports, or
we don't support her, but that don't mean she can't.
Right.
The hell,
Also, Tilly may know Patreon and YouTube are not sister corporations; they are completely different companies.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did see your question earlier. What is this? Somebody made a video already.
About what?
I don't know. Queen has it up on the screen. It's 4 minutes.
And then there's like
40
I heard
seconds.
that there's like a Fox News interview with Rudy, a 30-minute Fox News sit down. Maybe not like a blurry one. That's a 3-part one? I thought that was on like Grizzy's.
Listen.
News. Listen. I love when you say that.
That's what I was trying to tell you guys is so Fox 26 Houston was there. That's whose microphone you see in the interview, and that's the lady and the man you hear asking questions.
Got it. Same thing. Got it.
I don't know how Grizzy got it. I don't know if she was there recording too, or maybe he agreed to do an interview with both of them. I have no clue. But hers was broken up into 3 parts, and then theirs is the full thing for the 30 minutes.
Got it. I was like, he's doing his rounds or something. What do you guys think of it so far? We haven't seen part 3, but what do you think of part 1 and part 2? I just, something is like, he's very articulate. He does like talk a lot of like color, trippy stuff and things, but he seems like very articulate and it kind of knows what's going on. Doesn't seem like he's been like, he said he wasn't. One point he said he wasn't held behind any like locks, and then he said he was at one point. I don't know. What do you guys think?
Yeah, he seemed for me, I was with B Tim. He actually seemed much more articulate than what I kind of feel like was painted, the picture that was painted for you at first. So that was a little bit surprising. And then he talked about like his color theory, and I was like, okay, which I don't fully disagree with it, but okay. All right, cool. I just think there were so many contradictions in what he was saying. Like he was saying, he said something like, he just wants to be able to work and have his car and have his phone. And then like a couple minutes later, he turns around and he's like, I work, I don't know. I think he said like, so I work all week long and all I get is $60 or something like that. And I'm like, so you do work or you don't work? I don't know. So I don't know. The part where it cuts off, though, that's the part that I really do want to watch, because they flat out ask him, like, so did you tell Quanell X,
Yeah.
that you were, abused in
Yeah.
this particular way, and then Grizzy's interview cuts off. So I definitely do want to watch the Houston one and see.
Okay, I got that one pulled up too. I'm so stoned.
I felt
man.
similar. Uh-oh.
Did you just say you're so stoned?
Yeah,
man.
Yeah, man. Jonesy.
Totally stoned.
I want Queen to come back because I want to see what this video is. Is this the beginning of Brian's rant that we didn't get to
Yes.
watch?
It's what we missed. Yeah.
I know, the first few minutes.
I
And I
did
want to
have
see
to.
Rudy
I did
part
have to
3.
jump down and go somewhere else so I could just rewind and see the beginning of it.
I
Because
did
everybody was like,
too.
"Oh my gosh, he roasted her." I was like, "Oh damn."
What did he? How did he? What did he say?
He did.
Well, I
He
mean,
said
he
she was
did
the
kind of
lowest
go
of the
in on her.
lows.
He did. Go Brian. He's funny.
Yeah, he said he was the lowest of the lows. He called her a little YouTuber or a smaller YouTuber or something like that. And he read her community post that talked about like being detached and for scientific, and he was like, there is nothing scientific about a brutally like murdered child or something like that. I'm paraphrasing, but yeah, he definitely said it with his chest, that's for sure.
Brian Hinton is a gangster.
I like when he said, I'm part of the true crime community. I was like, yeah, you are.
Yeah, buddy, you are.
Him and Betty, Betty, watch, him and Betty are about to have a falling out.
Oh my God, she's gonna be so jealous of Zav. She's like, this damn Zav girl. She's probably so
Yeah,
upset right now
and
that
she came into the comments on his Twitter and was like, "This is public information, sir.
Oh
You
my
should
God.
be, And I'm like, "Okay, Betty." He
Wow.
said, "Anybody who supports this, that be you."
Wow. Yay.
Yay.
And she taught him everything he knows,
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
According to her.
Wait, what is happening in the chat?
I'm still catching up.
Chat has been in shambles for like days and days and days. Like, I don't know. I've never been like yelled at so much. Not yelled. I say
I
yelled
need
at.
everybody to just randomly
But it's
start
not
typing out
yelled
laughing faces.
Yeah. Bullshit.
No need to announce your departure, love. You're good.
I just don't like. You know what? One thing about all this chatter the last few days, not just here, not just now. I don't even know what's going on right this second. But like, I don't know. I just find it very interesting that people are really. I mean, I understand emotions are high. I understand this and that, but like to like call people out and like bring things that you think you know about somebody personally that you're inferring about somebody, like like kind of ostracizing people for their opinions. I've never seen that happen so much around here, and since the Zav thing, which is very interesting. I don't know, right? Did you guys notice that too? Have you noticed like there's a lot going on, a lot of emotions?
I mean, I get emotions are high. I don't know if there's maybe a full moon coming.
There's something coming. Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
I think a new moon in a couple of days.
What's happening.
I also think that I read that there were like 8 different planets in retrograde or going to be or something. I'm like, that's kind of yeah.
T. Berry said, "I swear, social media has become a group therapy gone toxic." Listen, say it again for the people in the back. Not me. I'm behaving. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Sure. We see your halos. Yeah, Alexella, I agree. I love that Zav was called out on national TV. Whoever brought that to Enton's attention is awesome. I agree.
Janae Ann, it was taken care of, love. Still Supermoon? I don't know. God, I got cotton eye.
Green, I'm sure it was you.
Cotton Eye.
Cotton Eye
No.
Jones. That's what y'all can call me.
What's Cotton Eye?
What is
How are the chickens?
Huh?
How are your chickens?
They're good.
I haven't seen them in a while.
I know. One of my girls, the one that wouldn't get out of the coop forever.
Yeah.
She's back to laying. She's actually been laying eggs, and now she's laying on the eggs. So we're hoping for some baby silkies.
Oh. Good.
Somebody said Mars is getting closer to Earth. It's a scary thought. Oh my God.
Oh, not the planets. What is it's still a supermoon? I don't know. Is it? From now until oh God, no, not to the end of August is going to be whack as far as our energies go. Plus the insane weather patterns will definitely be affecting kids. Oh no. Not to the end of August. We barely made it through retrograde. Luxala, when I checked, I think I checked this morning and I think it was like 1100 now. So
what do you mean, independent thinker? Is Laura Lee mad at me? I don't know. A lot of people are mad at me right now.
They're mad at
just
you?
because I didn't give a shit that Zav bought the photos. The problem to me was her being ignorant and irresponsible and frankly dumb as fuck and not even thinking about, like, why would you think, what makes you think anything on the internet is private? Like, come on, man. You were ignorant and selfish, and that's how, but I don't know. They don't like that I'm just not like, kill Zav, So it is what it is.
That's like when I made my comment the other day on Sunday. I was emotional and I put my emotions into it. And then once I said it and Queen Bee stood up for her and everybody started attacking Queen Bee because of what I said.
Yeah. That's how it happens.
I know. And I felt so bad. And I sat back and I started listening to everyone. And fortunately, with everyone's help, I changed my opinion of her until I went back to now she's just a stupid little idiot that is trying to make money off of the horrific situation.
I mean, it is what it is. It's super simple. If you want to get them, view them for yourself, but you ain't got to share them out,
Exactly. And if you're going to make money off of it, donate the money either back to the family or to an organization,
Absolutely been dreaming.
What are you laughing at?
I am cracking up because look, everybody in the chat is like, Jen, you mad at me? It's like one person, Nanny, you mad at me?
I know.
Jen,
Nanny says she's mad at herself.
Everybody's checking.
Why is everybody mad? Calm down, guys. That's the problem. Emotions have been so freaking wild.
They really have.
Reel it in. We gotta
blame
do
it on
better,
all
guys.
I'm sorry. I know this isn't a laughing matter. Don't come for me, but that just cracked me up because everybody, like people who I know are perfectly fine with each other, are like, "Are you mad at me?" Oh gosh.
Kate said, "I'm not mad. I love everyone."
Who's mad at Nanny? I don't know. Absolute shambles. Tilly said, I'm going to mumble for you in my sleep tonight. I have heard the word FOIA more in the last 24 hours than probably.
I'm tired of hearing the fucking word, honestly.
Right?
No, you have no idea, Nunya. You're still catching up.
I am.
Have you watched Deets live?
No, I haven't gotten to that one yet.
Girl, that's where you need to start.
I'm avoiding it only because I need to prepare myself for the conversation, and I'm not prepared enough for it yet. So I'm getting there, though. Chanta said, I hate everyone, makes things simple. That's what I'm talking about.
I got to jump. See y'all later.
See
Bye,
ya.
Hills.
Bye.
Ebel, I don't know if I ever say that right. Ebel.
Kashmir said, I'm mad at everyone. Exactly.
Abel said, I'm even sick of Zav's pointer finger. I love you. Good night. Sweet dreams.
Well, I've been real emotional anyway because I got to go back to work Thursday. And so I was on cloud 9, but I was a total wreck because I just didn't know how I was going to do. And then after hearing about this, it just blew my emotions back out of the water because I got emotional when I watched the case.
Yeah,
when the case
it happens. It happens, and it's okay.
And I let my emotions flow about my opinion of her. I don't know her whatsoever, never heard of her until this happened. And then I just let my emotions flow on my opinion of her.
Yeah.
It
Jen's getting a
happens.
FOIA tattoo.
Oh my God, fuck that.
Oh my God.
Army
Wait,
vet.
it was mod
Don't do it,
shamed? You're the
Jen.
head mod, Ninny. You can't be mod
No,
shamed.
you are like such a great mod. She said she was like, she didn't
Who
feel
mod
like she
shamed
stuck
her?
up for me enough too. And I was like, you always did. She's so sweet.
Yeah, because
Nanny.
even if she doesn't have the same opinion, that's what this is about. The
Yeah.
problem
Yeah.
comes down to when people can't accept other people's
Exactly.
opinions. It's like, I have an
freak out.
opinion. I don't agree with yours. You know what I'm saying? Not yours specifically, but like
Yeah.
my dad. I have an opinion. He has his opinion. We don't necessarily agree, but hello. That
Tilly
don't
Mae
matter.
said, I'm going to wrap my leftovers in FOIA.
Oh, bro. Oh my God. Somebody, Army vet said, where's Voices? Voices broke up with Ellie, man.
She broke up with me on Crime and Fashion's
She
channel.
broke
Oh,
up with
yeah.
everybody in Crimes and
And then
Fashion.
she broke
And
up
maybe
with
that's why
everyone else.
emotions are high because everybody got broken up
That
with.
was funny though. No, that was
And,
so funny. That
and they're
was
devastated.
not that she broke up. I mean, not that she hated. And I mean, what the breaking up part was funny. I don't know the actual breaking up part because it went from like 0 to 60. I was like, here she goes. Here she goes. She's not doing this.
All of a sudden, the banner changes. Rage quit
All of a
incoming.
sudden, yeah, no breakup incoming. She was like, Erica, Ellie, I adored you up until this very moment, but you know what? Not anymore. She's
Not
like,
anymore.
That's it. Not anymore. She's like, I'm
Not
done with you.
anymore.
No. She
Tilly
was
Mae,
done
we
with
can't
me.
watch the video because Queen stepped away. So when she comes back, we can absolutely,
Yeah.
Green said, raise your hand if I piss you off. I can't raise my hand, Green, but I'm just kidding.
And see, Green's on the total opposite side of this
Yeah.
than me.
Mhm.
And it changes nothing. That's still
Yeah. See,
one of my
that's how
closest friends from YouTube. So
totally.
it
That's how
just
people should.
I just hope y'all all
get
accept
along.
my apology for what I said.
absolutely. Well, it's Queen that has to accept it, but I know shit happens. We all know shit happens, and I'm sure that's what she's gonna tell you. It just,
Yeah, I
your
wrote her an
emotions got
email
away from
yesterday.
you.
We kind of went back and forth, and she kind
Yeah.
of said that, but I still felt so bad.
Al Capone's.
No, don't do that. I mean, you learned from it. That's the biggest thing. What did Al Capone say?
Al Capone said, damn, everyone move out of Voice's house. When you break up with somebody, you got to move out.
And then he said, on the plus side, I don't have to wear a dress. I don't know what that means.
When I came up here, I was going to say two things, change three. But the first thing I was going to say was I was not nearly stoned enough to be in chat. But I was trying to think of quotes from the real Al Capone. So maybe I am.
Maybe.
Are you by construction? Who is that? There sounds like construction equipment.
I don't hear anything but crickets.
Oh my gosh.
Oh.
Huh.
I don't know what it was. Maybe it's somebody's headphones.
I heard a whistle. The second thing, I was going to apologize to Shambles for calling your ass skanky. That was very mean of me.
Oh no, you called out Shamble. That's so shambly.
Yes.
Oh,
that's amazing.
Al Capone doesn't have to buy a dress because there's not going to be a Voices and Ellie wedding anytime soon.
She was done with me. She was like, I'm out of here.
Somebody said something and I want to. Oh, Jim Jules, I'm sorry that you're going through a real life breakup.
Oh no.
Oh.
didn't see that.
Come laugh with us.
Jim, I'm sorry.
Nenny also wants you all to know she will accept an apology from all of you to her.
I'm sorry, Nenny.
I'm so sorry, Nenny.
I'm sorry, Ninny.
Great big hugs.
I wasn't mad at you, Ninny, because I saw what you said and who you said it to. But I'm sorry, Ninny.
Yeah, no, Nenny didn't. I don't feel like Nenny was out of the way at all.
No, not at all. We love Nenny.
I seen it. I
think
awesome.
that everyone, chat, panel, we all need to stop hating each other and or
definitely.
ourselves and focus it all at Tim because he's not even here to defend himself.
Yes, he wants all of that hate. He doesn't like that I'm getting any hate at all. He's like, direct that towards him. So please do that, everybody.
He's such
in
a
chat that hates me.
hater. He hated my
loves
joke
it.
earlier. I don't understand.
Which joke? Which one?
Oh,
The liar, pants on
were
fire.
you not up here?
That
was excellent. I missed it.
Oh my God. They were playing that Rudy interview. And I was like, y'all see that flame? Hold on, Queen. She paused it. I said, do y'all see that little flame right there on his shorts?
Oh, I heard you talking about that, but I was walking and then I okay, wait, so that's, you were joking. It was a joke.
Yeah, I had them all looking for a little flame. And then I was like, he's a liar.
Oh, Jonesy, you are too adorable, damn it.
Haunting Haley said it's gotten bad when Shambles is asking what the actual fuck.
Oh no.
So, Miss Joneson, when are you going to show Mr. George again? I haven't seen him in a few days at all. I've been dying.
I showed him when. Maybe I didn't. I thought I did a chicken live the other day. Did I not do a chicken live? I might not have. It gets so hot, y'all. It's not even hot. It's
dang it, and it's
humid.
not even freaking summertime yet.
It's like
I mean,
I
it's
go
summertime, but
outside,
it's not hot yet.
and I hate this word, but immediately you're moist and sticky.
Right.
So,
exactly.
Shut up. No.
Somebody said, T. Berry said, I'm not crazy. I just been in a bad mood for 40 years. I feel that on a spiritual level.
Choke on a pubic hair. What?
No.
Yes, she said moist.
Yeah, she said moist.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but
Moist.
Georgia humidity is unreal.
I know, girl. I live in Texas. We are worst with the humidity.
That's why I stopped going out there so much. But I am.
I know that.
Do another one.
They do not like that description in the
when
chat.
You see little George again, give him a great big hug for me.
Yeah, if he'll let me touch him, little bitch. He's temperamental.
He is such a darling.
Life in the South.
I just want silky babies.
Someone said.
So when they sit on the eggs like that, does that mean they're going to hatch?
So if they're fertile, yeah, if they're fertilized,
that would be so awesome. You'll be a
I'm
grandma.
gonna put a light up to them. Maybe I'll do a live and do that and put
Look
a
at
light
Jen
up
being
to
a bad influence. Talking about today is today and tomorrow, but today is Prime Day.
It was extremely humid and hot today. I'm in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, and it was awful.
Hey, that's
my
a soft
sinuses
dog.
were
Be
so
careful.
they didn't know if they were coming or going.
I think Queen fell asleep. She has been so stressed out and so overwhelmed.
I can't imagine. Oh my God, what she's going through, and then what I said Sunday, and then everybody pouncing on her because of what I said. I just cried and cried Sunday evening when I read some of the things that they were saying about Queen because of what I said on her panel.
No, well, Laura, that's people that hold other people, account. You know what I'm saying? Like it wasn't.
No,
Queen
I
that
totally
said
get it. I totally get it
you,
too.
So,
yeah.
Go ahead, Nunya.
I was just gonna say, to Laura Lee, AF was asking, like, they wonder why they hadn't seen the Cash Gurnan Family Justice Group recently. But I do know, if you go to their page, I do know that they've been doing a lot of work with their like local kind of legislator, as well as they were building that like park thing. I don't know, is it a park bench or was it a park slide or something like that? But I know that they've been pretty like focused on that, so I assumed, unfortunately, that that's why we haven't seen him around as much.
Speaking of Laura Lee, did somebody said she's mad at me? Laura
She
Lee, are
already
you
said
mad
she
at
didn't
me?
want to talk about it here. She has a really bad temper. She's trying to calm down, so we're
Oh,
not going to talk about
Jesus
that.
Christ.
Yeah.
Oh,
Your email.
goodness.
She has your email, I'm sure.
Yeah, it's somewhere on my YouTube.
Because you will apologize, maybe.
I will.
Yeah.
Maybe, if I was wrong. If it's over my opinion, then absolutely not. Absolutely not. Because I stand on what I think.
Yeah.
Anyways, did anybody catch Laura talking her shit tonight?
Are you serious right now?
She is screaming for the ice to be
let's
broke.
go back to the pants that are on fire.
Did y'all hear about? Okay, did y'all hear about the little girl? Well, not little girl, the 19-year-old, the one in New Mexico, not the dumpster, but the trash baby.
Mm-hmm. Alexi Treviso.
Yes.
Treviso.
Her and her boyfriend are going to sue the hospital for negligence and malpractice and all that.
Oh.
Yeah. Her lawyer was very clear as to how he wanted to set up her defense, and her mom was very clear when the arrest video is out there.
Yeah, the arrest
and in that
video is
video
out.
she says that she's
going after
coming
both
for
of
the
them.
PD and for the hospital.
Yeah, wrongful death. That's what it was. Thank you, Ali Joe. I appreciate that. But yeah, I heard about that yesterday, that she and her boyfriend have filed a lawsuit against the hospital.
Mm-hmm.
Good. I mean,
thank you, Gray One. Thank you.
If they
You
were
knew what I was-
negligent, that's a good thing.
Yeah, I mean,
I know what you're saying. But eventually, this bitch is going to get the ice broke. I'm just saying, Nunya. She keeps on poking and prodding.
What was it? It was a while ago. I know it was for ALS. Was it an ice? It's not just an ice challenge. Was it? You know where the people
like the ice bucket. When
yeah,
you,
they would
like,
like
do the
sit down
bucket
and then
over
somebody
your
would pour
head.
like a whole bucket of ice water on
Yeah,
them.
the ice bucket challenge for like
Oh, is that
ALS
what it
or
was called?
something.
Okay. Yeah. I'm going to be throwing ice buckets over you.
I mean, somebody needs to.
Petunia,
Pearl,
what was your
I'm
post?
really not sure how they're negligent, but I do believe I heard or read that they're claiming they were negligent because they didn't tell the girl that she was pregnant before she went to take her dump. When some of the staff is saying that they did tell her that she was pregnant before she went to the restroom. So I don't know.
I'm sure it'll absolutely, you'll see it in court after she's convicted. Oh my God.
I hope it goes to court after she's convicted so they can laugh her out of court.
Jones, and Petunia says that roosters have balls.
I'm not looking.
Yeah.
Fuck you guys. I'm not doing it.
Is that why
Maybe,
they're
like-
telling you that? They want you to like see if it's true?
I think so.
Oh my goodness.
They keep telling me to check because there's we don't need to go into that.
Janelle, I'm gonna screenshot your message because she's away right this second. But I'll send it to her so that she can see that. I'm sure she'll appreciate that.
You better go get you a rooster, girl. I ain't checking. How would I find balls on George?
Maybe your hubby could do it. Maybe.
I mean, how do you find? Like, I mean,
he's so
Google
fluffy.
it. Let me
right.
look.
Okay, I'm gonna say let's Google what. Okay, what do rooster balls
After you're done with that, put in what does a duckty look like?
A what?
Really?
A duckty?
Oh,
Oh
no,
my
it's
God.
showing me
I can't.
detached balls. I need to see them on them.
It says you can't
People
look at, you
eat
can't see
them.
them. Ew, y'all. Like a delicacy. It
Jonesy,
said
you
it's
gotta
hidden.
play that, babe.
How
You
did
want me
it
to
get
play
here?
it?
Yeah, you gotta start it. I was gonna start it, but I can't.
What
Well,
in
I
the world?
didn't.
This whole time, Jones and I was asking Queen
Gosh,
to play this
Jonesin.
video, and it's you who's controlling it.
Listen,
Did-
Like
bitch. I
very
respect
Was
stoned.
the
I the only
host.
one who noticed that Brian Enton has occasionally moved since Queen's been gone?
Do you think so? Oh my
I
god.
thought she like came back, and then I'm like, okay, is it because everyone's still talking? And
Oh
then
my god. It was
Jonesy.
No,
I
it's
asked
me.
so many times to
I
start
love
the
that.
video, and all this time, listen,
No.
you can't come on panel this stoned anymore.
No, ma'am. I'm
Miss
not
Jonesin, you
starting
just did
any
not love us
videos.
anymore.
No.
That is
I'm not
so
starting any
funny.
videos. I'm not showing anything without Queen saying, "Play it, bitch."
Okay, all
Nope,
right. Well,
y'all
that
ain't
makes
getting
sense,
me.
but
Oh.
Okay, Miss Queen, you gotta tell her.
She did.
Play it,
That was her
bitch.
saying, "Bitch, play it."
Bitch. I told you to play it. Like,
Really gets me with them
Oh,
tonight.
man.
So sorry to cut you off, Ed. People hurt victims' families, especially people with big platforms, to make money. It just really, really gets me. You may remember the story of Gannon Stoke, the Colorado 11-year-old was stabbed 18 times by his stepmother. He was hit in the head. He was shot. And then he was stuffed in a suitcase and left under a bridge in Florida. It was an awful, awful story. You see that little face there. Well, his stepmother, Letitia Stock, was convicted in May of killing the little boy. The judge said it was the most horrific case that he had ever seen in his entire career. Little Gannon's bedroom, just to give you an idea how bad this was, had blood all over the walls, a blood-soaked mattress, the carpet was soaked, even the concrete under the bed was blood-stained. So to say that this was a brutal killing would really just be an understatement. The trial got a lot of coverage, especially from true crime YouTubers. And I got to say, I know a lot of the podcasters out there. Most of them are really, really responsible. They're good people. I'm friends with a bunch. I was just texting with a buddy a little while ago, a YouTuber. They're ethical, they're victim focused, but you know how it is. There are always bad apples in the group. Really, really bad apples who cross the line and exploit families, grieving families, to make money. I never even heard of this one YouTuber there, ZavGirl, until a bunch of you started messaging me last night. She calls her YouTube page a true crime channel and writes in the description, "I feel it's really important to give victims of these tragic crimes a voice when they don't have one." And she has almost 100,000 subscribers. But for some reason, ZavGirl thought it would be a good idea to put in a Freedom of Information request for little 11-year-old Gannon's autopsy photos. And they actually released the photos to her. She had to pay. They released the photos and she got them. And you can just imagine, based on the description of the way that little boy was killed, what those photos look like. ZavGirl then proceeded to post them on her Patreon account, which is an account attached to her YouTube page. And she charged her followers money to see the autopsy photos. For $3, you could see little Gannon's body. She was making money off of that little boy's autopsy photos of a severely beaten to death little boy. Really, they just got no place on the internet. It was hard enough for the jury to have to look at them. But for this YouTuber to go to all that trouble to request them, to pay the money, to get them from the government, and not only post them, but then to charge people to see them. I mean, I just find it sick. My question, has ZavGirl ever even been in a courtroom or interviewed a grieving family? That's my issue with some of these YouTubers that cause problems. They hide behind their computers. They don't even use their real names. Like in this case, we don't even know who ZavGirl really is. And if you're so proud of your page, I don't know why people don't just use their real name. And this isn't some video game or TV show you're playing on your computer. This is a real family's life.
Pause.
This morning, ZavGirl, she got a lot of...
Do we have to do transformative pauses on this, or do we own this? Just asking for a friend who doesn't want to be struck.
Uh-oh. What?
What was the question? I'm sorry.
Jones, and if you're talking, you may be too stoned, but hit the unmute button.
Bitch. I was totally muted.
And zooted.
Oh,
Oh my goodness.
well.
I thought I was the only one that did that.
I don't
I'll
know.
be sitting here muted and I'll be talking away.
I own it because
Oh, you own it. Okay, good. Okay.
yeah, I put Zav right there.
Okay.
I
okay,
thought that
didn't
was
know.
a News
I
Nation.
just-
I thought that was somebody. I was like, good.
And I zoomed it in so it doesn't look so you can't tell where I got it from.
Okay, perfect. Okay, yeah, I tried to do the same thing. I just couldn't do it, but that's good. That's perfect. Okay.
Okay.
Heat for this. She posted a statement on her YouTube page about the controversy. It was deleted. It's back up now. I screen grabbed it. This is part of it. She wrote, "The reality of the situation is that different people feel differently about this. Some people are genuinely think making a video, including the autopsy photos, is bad, and I respect their opinion and feelings. Other people like myself think of autopsy photos and the coroner disgusting, explaining, interesting, and informative. Are all able to view it in a more scientific, detached way." Well, ZavGirl, there is nothing detached about posting the autopsy photos of an 11-year-old little boy, and then on top of it, which I really think pushes it over the line, charging money for people to see them. It is sick, it's deranged, and you should just own up to it. Whoever you are, wherever you live, maybe get out from behind your computer screen, go to the local courthouse, and actually sit through a murder trial and see what it's like for the families in real life. Not on YouTube, not sitting behind your computer and thinking about clicks, but actually go to the courthouse and see what these families actually have to deal with. And then think about how it might feel for them after having to see those photos in the courtroom, to then have them plastered all over the internet, and then be trying to charge people money to view them so you can get rich off of it. It's just awful.
I don't know. I think if she went to a courtroom and sat in a court case, I think the judge would throw her out by looking at the look on that face. He would go, "Get out of my courtroom with that look. This is not the way you sit through a court case."
Or she may have an Amazon wish list with the spy pins. That's possible too.
Like the necklace that did you see on BHB's like wish list? She
Mhm.
has like a spy, right, Jonesy, like a spy necklace.
Yeah, a spy
that has
necklace.
a camera in it.
Yeah.
Has a camera in her necklace.
Tattoo Birdie,
Like
that's a good point. He seems like he has been annoyed by a YouTuber before.
No
Yeah.
way.
He kind of had that attitude, didn't he?
He really did. He was like, yeah.
Now
He was
I
like,
gotta
I've been waiting
say,
to tell off a YouTuber, and this is my day to speak my truth.
well, just in case
Exactly.
Brian moseys his way over here, I did not mean for it to look like Zav was trying to pick your nose. That was not a diss to you. It was just
Yeah,
kind of
right.
a throw it together and upload it to YouTube.
Yeah,
Very,
right, Johnson. We
I
know what you were
swear,
doing,
I
girl.
swear.
Good. That was good on the fly.
Okay.
So which is the better outcome here? That he was telling Zav off as strongly as he was, or just imagining Betty shrinking back into her couch with every gut punch
Oh my
that
God.
every
A
word
little of both.
was.
I think of both.
All of the above, right?
Mm-hmm.
Both
And
good.
then I felt, did y'all say that Rudy video, the one Queen was playing earlier, she had to take it down for Marshall to come visit.
Oh, the part
Was that
three.
on, you said it was on Fox 26?
Yeah, Houston.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's Houston Fox.
Should I find it?
Oh yeah, I found it. It says,
Speaking of, I get to go to Houston next week.
Who is that keeps doxing themselves?
who?
Me? I'm Selena.
She's she don't give a fuck, obviously.
Right. Okay. All right. Do you, Selena?
Yeah.
Do you?
Some people don't care.
I hope you have a wonderful trip.
I hope so too.
Grandma Sherry up to negative 1,600 now on Social Blade. Oh wow. How does Social Blade work? What do you do?
That's you're looking at that's looking at the stats of a page.
They're kind of weird. Sometimes I like Playboard's. I think more accurate. I find
Playboard.
Playboard. .co. I think maybe.
Playboard YouTube.
No, Playboard is their websites. They're websites that track the views and content and money and subs, like all the analytics of
Yeah.
YouTube.
And you can just
actually they
search
do all
people?
social media, but
Yeah, if you go on a Playboard, then you could search on Playboard for like different creators.
channels. Mm-hmm.
Oh, Miss Petunia, I am old enough to be Selena Gomez's grandmother. Probably great grandmother at this point. I don't know
So
how
we're
old she.
just
She's on a
top doxing all
downward
over the place.
trend.
I am.
Who? Zav?
No, not you. Zav.
How many has she lost in the last, like, did it show each? Because sometimes it's plus 100 or minus 500 or something per day. If you go to
It's
views,
minus 600 a day right now.
wow, so 1,800 so far, like the last 3 days.
I guess so. But it says her subscribers is at 91.5.
She was at like 92 something. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, like 90.
Well, if you look, it'll show you. It shows you. Can you? Oh, NorCal,
can't
are you
share-
able to let people up, Johnson? I don't think so, right?
I don't think so. No.
Okay, NorCal, you gotta wait. Queen, in case you can hear us, NorCal's in the back. No, it'll show you. Well, I don't know about Playboard. I'd have to actually go look at it again. But I normally use Social Blade. But on Social Blade, it'll show you like on a daily basis how many subs you've gained or lost for the
I'm
last
going to
30
that.
days. And when I looked yesterday, I think is when I first came back. So when I looked, she had gained 600 right when she released, and then she had lost. No, I think she had gained 700. She had lost 600.
Okay, let's see. User summary, detailed statistics, maybe.
What are you on? Look at Ellie got you on Playboard, and I don't even use Playboard, and she's not even answering
No,
your
I'm
question.
on Social Blade now.
Oh, okay. So you put in the name of the page, right?
I'm on her page, yeah.
Okay, so as soon as you that very first page, it has like her score, her rating. And then below that, if you scroll down, there's like all these dates with her live streams or her live streams, the dates, and the 1, 2, maybe like the second or third column on it'll show you like plus and minuses.
Oof.
I'm gonna hop down, go to bed. Night, y'all.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
She started out with 92.6. She went down 100 the day that every shit hit the fan. And then the next day, which was yesterday, was 800, negative 800. And today was negative 700.
Damn. So 1,600. Well,
which is what the other one said. So that's pretty in line together.
Yeah, that's what you want. I mean, not what you want, but like that is people holding you accountable for, your fuck shit.
Yeah, I don't think she should be canceled altogether or lose her channel completely.
That's a lot, though. Yeah.
Yeah, she needs to learn from this.
Yeah, no, I don't wish that on anyone, but she needs to learn a lesson. And if
she does,
losing sub means learning a lesson out of it, I hope she learned something.
Yeah.
Patricia Sell, you can't. So typically those websites only show you like the last 30 days of analytics. The only thing you could do is like if somebody had like a viral video or something like that, you could absolutely see what date that was. And pretty much you could estimate at that point, like around about that time is when they did a jump. But most pages don't do like an overnight jump unless they've gone viral. Most pages grow organically.
Well, what the hell? Why ain't I on Social Blade?
You are. I looked you up today.
bitch.
We were talking about something, and yeah, I will independent thinker. We were talking about something today, and I looked at it, and I realized like mine has never been on there, and today I realized I went on there, and mine showed up on there, and I was like, what? And then I was like, wait a second, why is YouTube saying I've made 18 cents? I don't make shit on my page. This is false information.
Probably
Fake
their
news.
ads.
Oh, Jones and Independent Thinker dropped the full Rudy interview in Discord for you.
There you go.
Oh, I've got
Thinker.
it. I just can't share screen until it comes ready.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
No, it's not pulling me up, Nunya. Why? Why is it not pulling me up?
Well, like you're
I
putting
know
in
why.
your
I know
apostrophe
why.
or no?
Yeah, it's because my handle's different than my name.
Yes.
Okay, I got it.
You may be too stoned to look this up.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Let me go back and look. See, I forgot what it was that quick. Okay, I got it.
Hey, y'all, I'm going to run outside and smoke a cigarette real quick. I will be back in just a few minutes.
Okay, be safe.
Oh, shit, I got a B minus. Damn.
You do.
You're like, awesome. I'll take it.
What the fuck? Why do I got a B minus? Little bitches.
Because that's you compared to other users on YouTube, plus like your visibility in the algorithm, plus your like growth, your rate of growth. And on the right hand side, it'll actually tell you, people in the chat are probably gonna be like, what the hell are you even looking at? But on the right hand side, it'll actually tell you like you're gonna reach this many subs on this day.
What?
Like mine was like, you're gonna reach this many subs tomorrow, and I'm like, how? Like, what the hell?
Oh my god.
Yeah, it was pretty cool.
Well, the
Gannon's father released a statement. Exposed. Where can we see that?
Okay, where can I find that?
Is it like on his
Actually,
Facebook
Al, it should. How do you spell that last name? AUCH.
Kate the Great said they're hating. You're a total A++.
Right, bitches. No, that's not it.
Somebody said, well, did you study Jonesin?
I guess not. I haven't been putting videos out either because I've been lazy as fuck.
And that's possible too.
And because of all this crap that's been going on, it's like I ain't had time. Like, when?
Nanya,
Okay,
you're our leader right now, right?
Whoop, whoop.
Your Queen's gone. She's like, I'm out of here.
Oh, did she go? Is she
gone? Oh, she'll be back.
You're
She
on
probably
the
went to go join on her cell phone.
All right, let's see.
Hang in there, chat, because we really ain't watching Rudy right now.
No. Yeah. To read the statement.
I was over here like, no, I got a C-. I'm not leaving.
Is that what you are? You're C-, Nanya?
Yep.
You gotta get that up. You gotta work on that.
Right. I definitely did not study.
But you're newer. Like it probably goes by like right? How many subscribers?
Right. And I'm small, and I don't, I only do my once a week stream, so like that all makes a difference.
Yeah. Yeah, of course.
I don't see anything on Twitter yet.
Who said that? Was that you, Exposed, who said that he made a statement? Yeah, it was. Where did you see that statement at? Can you tell us? If we find more noodles, you all will be A+++++. Dude, you know what you should do? You should Photoshop a picture of Noodle in front of the Eiffel Tower with the little
sombrero thing on. No, not a sombrero. Hold on. Wrong culture. Wrong country.
Right.
What
you
are
were just thinking ahead to the next
What
country.
are them stupid hats? Y'all know.
What is the
beret?
yeah.
Beret.
A beret. There you go. But you could do a sombrero and put him in Mexico, like on beach. You know what I mean?
I could.
Yeah.
I was thinking you were gonna
Maybe
make your bee.
he could be hitting the streets.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
On
They said
vacation
it's
this
on
summer.
Deets community page.
Oh shit, that's easy.
Oh,
Okay,
that's
bet.
super duper easy. Go
Shit.
Deets. Go Deets. With the Deets.
Go Deets.
Thank you.
Those are the Deets.
Okay.
I think
Oh, I
it's cool
did
that
see
Brian
that.
Enton has his like pulse on what's going on. You know what I mean? He has his like finger on, right?
Yeah. This
Where in
is
the world is Nelson?
Nicole Fierro. I'll stop. Gannon's father shared the following statement with me about this. There are those that.
Who is she?
She's a. Let me click her. Hold on. Oh, it's
I'm
a
just saying, like,
screenshot. I
is she
can't click her.
known? Like, I'm just weary of like statements coming through other people on behalf of people.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I could see what you're saying about like vetting people, especially with what happened the other day, and
Yeah.
someone decided to take a screenshot that they had taken back on April 10th, and a few hours in, to the post being up, and they just put it on top of another picture and then said, "Look at, go hand this over to Queen."
Here you go. It's in the back chat. Tell me if you think I should read it. It looks.
Nicole
she looks
Fierro is
legit.
is a journalist.
Yeah, anchor, reporter, journalist. Yeah, she's got almost 4K followers.
And she's out of Denver, Colorado. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, she's an anchor. I trust her.
Mhm.
She's not
Yep.
like, yeah.
I think
Exactly.
she might have responded to Brian Enton. Okay. And
All right.
posted this. Okay, it says there are those that have found a way to further the evils committed against Gannon, but goodness and love will prevail. For every hint of evil concocted, a preponderance of kindness outshines the darkness of those that would deepen our pain. That's it.
Short and sweet, short and to the point.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Exposed said that she's interviewed Al before, this reporter.
Oh, okay. So there are those that have found a way to further the evils committed against Gannon, but goodness and love will prevail. For every hint of evil concocted, a preponderance of kindness outshines the darkness of those that would deepen our pain.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
thank goodness, Queen, you're back.
Oh my
Is
God,
she
Nenya's
back?
getting worried. She was like, "What am
I
I
was
gonna
so
do?"
worried. The chat
like,
was
I
so
thought
worried.
somebody put her to sleep earlier. I'm just going. Sorry.
Oh, look, she ain't even back.
She ain't even
back, but not back.
She's back, but not back. Her signal probably dropped before. Yeah, I think that's a good
I think it's
response.
hard to hear their words, because you just know that like this couldn't have been easy, and it's so hard, and it's sad that they weren't even a thought in someone's
Considered,
mind
yeah.
before this choice was made, and that's what sucks.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They're the new victims in this situation. You know what I'm saying? Like, she made them victims by doing that.
Yeah. Absolutely. Queen, they've been waiting to watch this. Some people been in here this whole time just waiting for this Houston 26-24 Rudy video.
Is it in the back, baby?
Johnson has it.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah, because I'm having like really bad weather. It keeps shutting
Yeah,
my
that's what I
laptop down.
figured.
So I'm not gonna
Okay,
be
you
able
want me to share?
Yeah, if you can, baby, and then I'll probably
Okay,
shut it
baby.
down because I'm having a hell of a time keeping this on. It's like
I
every
told
time
him
I
you
try,
was
it
probably
shuts off.
losing it. Yeah, losing your service. Okay. All right, it's back there. There we go. I got to blow it up when I hit play.
Other than that, I just try to stay positive.
This is from the
try to keep my
beginning. Do y'all want me to
mentality
fast
straight.
forward or just let it play?
It's only 28 minutes, but can we put it on like 1.25 or 1.5?
I don't know. Let's
Honest
see.
and true, and just spread positivity and kindness.
So the world thought you were missing for 8 years.
Oh,
Where have you been?
completely blurred him out while she did
Just
not.
stuck at home.
Interesting.
If somebody would come over, my mom would just tell me stay in the room. Keep the door locked, don't let them in, don't make any sounds, don't do anything.
Tell us about what it was like living there. Were you allowed to leave the room? Was she holding you there against your will?
She never locked me in or handcuffed me or anything like that. I had free will to leave. It just felt like brainwashing, honestly. It just kept confusing me, just the way she would manipulate me into saying oh, you're gonna get arrested because you have a speeding ticket or something, like something minor, something innocent, and then it would just gonna escalate into just people
You're good.
which is
Take your time.
yeah, it just escalated from there, from just wanting to get away from home, just be free, live my own life, arguing all the time, and then we eventually just went into she locked me in there pretty much mentally. Just she was my only parent. She was the only person I really had besides my brother. So when I lost my brother, I didn't have anybody to teach me how to live. How to have confidence or trust in myself or anything. So I just depended on my mom all my life.
What had you been doing for those 8 years?
Just trying to study the best I can online, understand how the world works, understand different cultures, different religions, different everything. Because in my life, I just believe that we should stop putting labels on everything and just understand the communities and the prosperity and the growth and the positivity, because there's just too much fighting, there's too much anger, there's too much depression and mental health problems in the world. Yeah, we just need to spread more positivity, because all of it, everything, and everything. If you see something white, like a wall or a pillowpiece or a wall carton, understand stuff and find trying to have prosperity. Somebody love people in red, you can use that for anger, hate, and stuff. Things if you look at them,
Police a lot of times that you were 17 and stuff, and you talk a little bit about the family trauma you had growing up. Talk about the fact that although you're an adult, how difficult it was for you to be in a situation and maybe not able to get out of.
It felt like Stockholm syndrome, honestly. It just held against my will mentally, not physically. Just constantly, she was bombarding me with negative.
Whoa. It might be because I was on my phone. Hold on. It's not me, it's them. It's been paused this whole time.
What was paused?
This video, as I had it back here, I had it paused so it could load. So I don't know why it's doing this.
Well, it was playing for us the whole time, just kind of cutting out.
Yeah, it's freaking out now.
Police said a lot of times that you were 17 when this happened and you're an adult. You spoke a little bit about this, about some of the family trauma you've had growing up. Talk about the fact that although you're an adult, how difficult it was for you to be in this situation and maybe not be able to get out of.
It felt like Stockholm syndrome, honestly. Just held against my will mentally, not physically. Just constantly, she was bombarding me with negative.
See, it keeps stopping on that spot.
Interesting. All this time we waited to watch this video.
I know, right?
Why is it blurred out on Fox? And
Right.
well, she was kind of blurry on hers, but not blurred out. I guess he doesn't want to be seen. Seen or something. This guy, Rudy. I mean,
is it because the storm's here? Do you guys think?
Oh, this part. I don't know. She said it keeps pausing at the same time though, in the same part of the video. So maybe it's a video.
Oh, okay. So it's like the same.
Yeah,
time in the
it
video.
just keep. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, let me look. I'm gonna look on TikTok for Grizzy.
Grizzy's like part 3, right?
Yeah, I was gonna say she's usually on Facebook, ain't she?
Yeah.
Is she?
I think Facebook. Grizzy.
Facebook? Okay. Facebook. Same name, Grizzy Hood News.
Yeah.
All right. What the hell? Okay. I got it. All right. Let me find it.
I was just looking in Discord just now, and Deet said that like is something just interesting relating to Zav and everything. She said that all of the photos but one were actually shown at the trial. She even like linked the day of the trial that they were all shown. They all but one that Zav showed all but one of Zav. Zav showed one extra.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Do y'all want part 1, part 2, part 3? 3?
Yeah. Right, guys? We watched one
Okay.
earlier. Yeah.
All right. Hold on. Let me share this one. Here you go. Do this. All right. Ready?
Yes. Can you see if it'll open any bigger?
Did you say yeah? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I said, can you see if it opens any bigger?
Yeah, let me see. This is as big as it goes.
Okay, that's perfect. No, that's good.
This is like earlier. Yeah.
Okay. Let's just make sure. There's a different blur on this one too than her other two.
Yeah. Weird.
Why she do that?
She got fancier as she went along through the staircase.
Huh. Okay.
I don't necessarily think he didn't get into specifics like that either, but he did mention that your mom wanted you to play the role of husband in the house.
Yeah, pretty much. It basically felt like that. Like, make sure to cook, or oh, you didn't make me any food, you didn't do this and that. It's just like I just want to provide for myself. I don't want to keep providing for my mom. I just treat it like a roommate towards the end, like I'm tired of being your son. I just want to be your roommate. I just want to live my life. Give me my check instead of $60 fucking for 12-hour shifts 7 days a week at night. Like I just want to live.
She would make you go to work with her. Is that?
Yes, ma'am.
And then we don't want to twist your words. We want to say it from your perspective, and we want to make sure we get this right. So I know she had you play the role of a father, but as far as sexual assault or something of that nature, did she ever force? You don't have to go into detail, but
she didn't force herself on me or anything like that. Like it wouldn't be anything like I would have to go get a rape kit or go file a police report. Okay. It would never be anything like that. Just stuff that really made me uncomfortable, and I didn't have any references or other people to bounce off of to understand that, like, if it's a healthy thing that she does or not. Maybe it's just me not understanding how people work because she's the only person I understand. But
would you say that you and your mom have a normal son-mother relationship?
Not after all of that. Not after everything she did. And to be honest, I don't want one with her.
when you finally left a few weeks ago, when you were found at the church, what happened? Did you just finally have enough?
Yeah, I just been walking. I just wanted to get away. I didn't care if I had a car, money, or anything. I don't care about money. I don't care about a car. I don't care about anything. Just happiness and love.
How did you end up at the church? Did you just have nowhere to go?
I just kept walking around. I just kept trying to find back home, something that felt familiar. And the only thing that felt familiar was this side of town. I grew up over there by Austin and Humboldt and Jackson and all that, Jackson and Austin and, just that general area by the freeway, So I kind of got a general sense of where I was going, but I just couldn't find something to be happy at. I found a church and I rolled with being at a church.
Are you still talking with your mom?
No, I don't want any contact with her, but she keeps trying to come around.
If she sees this story, what would you tell her?
Just leave me alone. Just let me live my life. Just want to be happy, and I'm happy now. I'm working on it.
Rudy, and what would you say to people that think that somehow, you know, now that you're an adult, that you were in on this? What would you say to those people that don't understand Stockholm?
It's very much a real thing. It's a struggle when you're the only one that understands it. It's even worse when everybody wants to assume the worst rather than understand and communicate genuinely and honestly, because there's just too much confusion in this world.
How are you feeling now? Is there relief? How?
Yeah, very much. A lot of relief. It just feels like I'm just at peace now. It just feels happy, you know.
And how have police been handling this, do you think? What have they been saying to you, and what's it been like?
I mean, they're trying the best that they can and get any space that they can, but it's a struggle still. I'm just slowly trying to take it one day at a time. You know, it's just a lot it overwhelms me very much.
Given everything that you've been through and with your mom, I mean, do you think there's something that police should know about?
Just there's a lot of corruption. It's literally through the colors. Like I said, I'm not saying, oh, there's corrupt cops and this and that. Literally, it's a corruption of the mind. It's through nanobots and shit. It's through the flu vaccines and everything. That's why people have that first memory of waking up and being alive whenever they're a kid. You know, it's like I said, literally corruption, like the colors. I'm not talking about the skin tones. I literally mean actual colors. Whenever you look at them, they influence the direction you go. And online, the media, like the computers and the people we talk to, it's all connected in a sense. That's why it just confuses us. Whenever we look at white things, we get distracted and stuff. And we look at the reds and we remind us that it's love, but they kind of influence us to assume, you know, like through bad stuff online, they're like, oh, red's bad, you know, it's evil, it's a devil. It's like, it's not all that.
For 8 years, you haven't really been able to speak to anyone besides some neighbors, your mom, going to work. Sometimes your communication seems like it's been very little. Do you think that's impacted you throughout the years, is not being able to really have real relationships with people?
Exactly. I wasn't able to understand like how people thought or acted, you know, like I would try to introduce myself, say hello to people online or this and that, and every time it just seemed like, you know, just completely get shot down by people when I'm just trying to make friends or socialize. And it's just like, I don't understand how to talk to people sometimes. You know, it feels like I'm speaking a completely different language than them, and I just don't understand sometimes.
Would you call yourself a victim?
Yes, heavily.
I'm almost done, personally. I don't know about you guys,
Yeah.
but for the longest time, you've stayed hidden. You haven't been able to say who you are. Is it nice? I mean, you can say who you are now. You can be your own self and do your own life.
Yes, sir.
What are you hoping?
Just a job, get my own money, and help out my communities, help out my people, and help out other kids like me. Because I don't want this to happen to other people, because I'm sure it happens to a lot of people. A lot of abuse and just neglect and just harmful ways of parenting that shouldn't be out there. You know, there's just so many negative ways that kids are just getting abused and they don't understand or realize that there's no help for them.
Another question we have for you is, so it's totally up to you or not. At first, we weren't going to because of the sexual assault aspect, but we want to put the record straight that you said that part's not true. Do you want to show your face, or you don't want to show your face?
I'm not a big fan of showing my face, especially with a lot of people already knowing what I look like.
Okay.
It just makes it even worse.
I just want to make sure.
Don't worry, Rudy, we got you.
Anything we didn't ask that you think is important that you want us to mention, because we were here to finally tell your story. Anything that we didn't ask that you want to make sure people know about?
Just all I can say is just spread positivity and love.
The people that you're with, you know, a lot of people are coming down hard on Nikki and the people
They
you're
don't
with.
deserve it. They don't. They really don't. They helped me so much, and they've given me a place to stay and a family, in a sense. You know, it makes me happy.
Yeah,
it really does. I never had, you know, a lot of people to talk with or socialize with, and it just makes me happy knowing that I have people here that I can trust and that can take care of me and that understand that, you know, sometimes people struggle.
So you consider yourself safe, out of harm, all that, right? Like you're with.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Happy here. I'm very happy here, and they're very good people. They don't deserve any negativity towards them or hatred. They should have a lot of help and support and guidance and just prayers and positivity. Just everything that anybody would need to be happy in life. You know?
And your mom, when she comes by, do you feel like, you are being like kept away from her when she comes and stops by or tries to talk to you?
I just don't want her here because I know the way she acts, it influences everybody around me. It's not just me. It's like she sends that negativity towards me, and then I send it back out towards everybody else, and I don't want that.
Yeah.
I know Grizzy was mentioning that you might have had like someone from your high school reach out, and you've had a lot of attention from this a girl.
Yeah. You got some classmates, man. When you were going to to Catholic school, you got some classmates reaching out, which I told you about. Any messages to all the people that know you from before all this went down, that love you, that say they're here for you?
Just thank you very much for reaching out. And when I'm ready, I'll be able to reach out to the people I care about and love. And
Are you surprised by all this attention? I mean, it's been on the news across the world.
I wasn't expecting that much attention, to be honest. I didn't realize that it was happening so big, it's growing so much.
Are you going to take, I know police mentioned that there were some resources. Are you plans to talk to anybody that they put you in touch with?
At some point. It's just right now, I just rather do it by myself, just try to understand how to live and be a normal person,
Have you got?
Wow. Is that it?
Yep. I'm going back to check now. Oh, no, hold on. Oh, yeah, no, that was it. I heard them keep talking, damn it.
Yeah, and that tells me that Grizzy was there because she they asked her, so she was there, so she did her own interview or whatever. So that was hers. We watched first, I'm guessing.
Yeah, that was her last one. She hasn't uploaded like a part 4 or anything. I mean, maybe she felt like there was no point if it was just them closing up the discussion. I don't know. But that was it.
What do you think? Do you think he's like telling? What do you?
I
Did you
mean, I
guys actually talk about
find
it?
the story
Yeah.
sus. I don't think he wasn't abused or manipulated at all.
Something.
Yeah, but I think I don't know.
It's hard to tell. I don't know, right? It's sweet. I don't know if I like this any. I don't know if this like clears anything up, really. Hearing from him.
No, because I mean, the only thing that's cleared up for me is that Corny is a liar.
Yeah.
But
right?
he could be a liar too, so
yeah, exactly. Though
that
I think
can't
they're all liars.
You do?
Right, NorCal?
They're all liars.
don't
The
know.
mom, Rudy, QX, they're all liars. Like, we don't know who to
Or-
believe now.
I know.
Yep. I feel like that was like last we left. That's how I felt. And now after hearing Rudy, like nothing really has changed. I don't. Right?
Yeah,
I
now
don't
that I
know.
got
I'm
to
so
listen to the whole
confused.
thing, I'm like, wow. It's like,
Right?
yeah. Yeah, I smell a scam. I smell a
I
scam.
smell scam too. Something.
I'm not gonna say anything just by chance that like until everything plays out. I know like
Yeah.
what can happen if you jump the gun too quick. For example, little Cleo Smith in Australia, and everybody was absolutely certain, there's no way that somebody unzipped the tent and was able to
The
get her
tent.
out.
Right.
Yeah, and everybody
And
was
she's the one
certain
that
that
ended up with the guy with the dolls, right?
Yep. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and everybody did think that was a scam. You're right, Burden. You're right.
Yeah, and they thought that like the stepdad was guilty during the interview. They're like, he is so off. He is so guilty. He's got something to do with it. Yeah, it was awful. And come to find out, yep, this man absolutely did unzip. He unzipped the parent side of the tent first, realized it was the wrong side, shut it, went back over to where the little kids were, unzipped it, got her out, and away he went. And he kept her in a
Yep.
room and made her be his real life living doll for what,
Yeah.
like 18 days, maybe ish, give or take. Don't quote me on that. But yeah. Yeah. So I just don't want to
You're
say
right,
anything for
Burden.
sure. Just for me.
Well,
I mean,
anything I say on Queen's panel is my opinion only. It has nothing to do with Queen. So putting that out
Same,
there.
but I agree with you that they all could be in on it, and Deets thinks so too, possibly. I don't know. Something just seems very like off about this whole thing. I mean, yeah, maybe after
well,
the
and
father died,
he was 18 too at the time, and
yeah.
she's the one that put the date wrong so that it made it look like he was 17 when he went missing. And so yeah, I would say
Which
he
is
probably was old enough to know what was happening, but I don't even. Again, I wasn't there. I don't know. So
yeah.
yeah,
He
but I
seems
could definitely
articulate.
see. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I could totally see what you
And
guys are saying for sure. I'm not saying that's not a possibility or
hard
that
to
I don't
tell.
maybe have my own kind of feelings on it. I just
No, but that's
don't
okay,
wanna.
Burden. It's okay to like take a step back and be like, it's an active investigation. Let's kind of all sit back and like let's see what
Yeah.
happens, you know,
Yeah, because they did say they're
where the truth
still
falls.
right.
Are they still
They are.
investigating for sure? Do we know that
Yeah.
for sure?
Yeah,
They
that's what he
are?
said at the end
Okay.
of the press conference, that they're still the investigation's still continuing, but as of now, there's nothing to press any charges on.
Yeah.
Well, if
Yeah.
anything, somebody
Believe
lied to
that.
the cops. Somebody lied to the cops, and those are
Somebody, yeah.
charges in California. I don't know about Texas, but that's a charge in California. You can't just lie to the cops. So
Something's fishy. Yeah,
I should
I
correct what
agree.
I said.
Yeah.
They didn't technically say there was nothing to press charges on, just that the DA did not want to go forward with
Right
any.
now.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, yeah.
I think, and like I said,
oh,
I'm
it's so
kind of
twisted. It's so twisted.
yeah, it is.
Right.
Earlier, I was thinking more scammy, and I'm still thinking scammy, but I also think that maybe there was some manipulation going on. I don't think there was anything,
Yeah.
like sexual or
Possibly.
anything.
No, there's some mushrooms, I think, going on.
Yeah, he
Possibly.
sounded
Maybe
spaced out. Maybe that's his vibe. I mean,
maybe he likes mushrooms. Maybe that's why he's like, let me just throw
that's
mushrooms in there.
okay. That's all right,
Yeah,
man.
no big deal. It's no big deal at
Well,
all.
I heard. I don't know, and but I don't know. It's floating around somewhere that he likes to listen to like Bob Marley, and he's very like reggae and stuff like that. So I kind of heard that in his words today.
Yeah, yeah, his whole color theories and stuff.
Color and like you put out good energy and you get the good energy back, and I don't want to put out negative energy and then it spreads and then negative energy comes back to me and stuff like that.
And being around his mom has been like negative energy, but like when did that negative energy start? It doesn't seem like it's been going on for years, or he would be like much more damn. I don't know. He did seem not so damn. I don't know. It's hard to tell though. It's really hard to tell. But he seemed like he had his shit together a little bit,
Hard. Yeah, I'm still going back and forth between he was nonverbal and now he's like super articulate and like this rounded, very well-rounded human, and that it seems like he's pretty smart to me. And
Yeah, me
so
too.
I go back and
Yeah.
forth between the nonverbal thing and then the very articulate, well-rounded human that I see today. So that's where I get
Yeah, that's
things.
the interesting part. Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't think he was going to be so articulate. I thought he was going to be a little bit more out of it or something, the way that they were talking about it,
Totally. So I didn't get to watch Brian Enton all the way through. I was kind of in and out. Was cooking dinner and had things going on. But what all did he say?
Oh my gosh.
I mean, he like just
not happy with Zav. Just ripped
not
into her.
happy. Yeah. The bits and
No.
pieces that I heard, he's like
Stupid
going
YouTubers.
in. He's
Pretty
going
much.
in.
Yeah. Yeah. He's, I don't know, he's done with it.
That guy, the guy that he had on his, that he was interviewing, was that an advocate for the family?
No, that was the prosecuting attorney. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
And he's the one that said there's really no charges here right now, right?
Yeah,
I mean, other than maybe civil that
I don't
could be
think
taken.
I don't think legally
right?
there's any charges right now that can happen. Did you
No.
see the post by allegedly by Al?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we read it.
Pearl, his father had lost his life already. He had taken his own life prior to him going missing.
Hey, Rowena.
Ro.
Hey.
Hey.
What y'all doing? Am I staticky?
No.
Okay. Good.
Hey,
Look,
Miss Rowena.
I got thoughts on Rudy. I hopped up last week and I was so nervous because of what I thought. What my mind was telling me, like putting all the, And after I saw this, my thoughts, just my opinion only, this kid, he didn't grow up. He grew up around the scammer, okay? His dad, he didn't seem like the upstanding citizen. Hence, he did what he did. And you learn from your environment. And to me, you got cops showing up at a hotel. You got a city activist, if that's what he wants to call himself, whatever, showing up. He's going to be questioned. He don't want to go to jail. If he knew how, look, he had to say something to get the period. And now I only make $60 cash a week. Only $60 cash a week. That is a dog whistle for send me my money. Send me the money. Send it on. And I don't believe it. I'm sorry. I'm not saying that he didn't have a bad childhood. Look, if you grow up with pieces of shit, any child, no matter the age, that's horrible. I do feel sorry for that. But all of QX, I'm telling you, he's after the police. He wants the city to burn, and that's my opinion. So I don't feel bad about what I thought last week after seeing this. And I knew it was going to come out. I knew it. Another thing is when QX did that interview, he said, well, he threatened the police. Well, I will release it. I will. If you push me, I will. But I can't because the attorney said he's a victim. Okay, well, you're a piece of trash. And if you truly believe this, you should have never walked out those doors and put it out there. He could have easily walked out and said he was never missing. This boy's broken. Period. What been done? He paraded him out looking like E.T. Showed his little G-Wagon. It's all a mess. So yeah, that's just me. But what does Grizzy say about it? I mean, does she think,
Grizzy is
right?
very busy interviewing like family and just being there for the press conferences and stuff like that from what I've seen.
But has she come out with her opinion? Like her
I don't think
opinion
so.
of
I don't think she has yet.
And I think he is a victim, and that's what I'm saying. I do think that he is a victim of his environment and his upbringing. Do I think that he had every possibility of getting out of that situation? Of course I do. I'm sorry, I do. Um, I think that he could have gone to authorities. There's tons of agencies that would have helped him. He went to a private Catholic school. He was not nonverbal. This hadn't been what it was a week ago, and QX comes out and saying, how brutally he was beaten up and how horrible. And we had visions of our. Why would they not? I mean, another thing, when they first found him, if he had been truly missing, which we know he wasn't, but what gave me my first red flag was that you have a child that showed up after 8 years of being missing, and he is found, and he is not. It was a walking body of evidence. If there was truly a kidnapper out there, they would want evidence of him to protect others. See what I'm saying? Like, like it's just all mess. But that's just how I feel about it. I'm probably wrong, but
Well, I don't think you're far off, bro.
I don't either. And anyone that knows Ponell X knows how he works. He likes to he likes to exaggerate everything.
And bring and just, turmoil and just, I mean, I really think that, he could have learned from his environment, and you got cops coming to talk to him at a hotel, and they're pulling mama out of the room, and then you got Facebook people and activists, and he wasn't gonna go to jail. But but if y'all listen, go back and listen to it. If y'all listen to him, what he's saying, I mean, I feel bad for him. I hope that one day he can get it together and be a productive of society. I really hope he can. But if he did wrong with his mama, then I think that he should serve the same punishment. But no
I do
different.
too. I do too. I think if that's the
I'm
case,
sorry.
then he needs to serve the same punishment. Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Right.
I
And
do.
there's families out there that would have loved to have had their on that billboard. That's who hurts. And it hurts every person that's a victim and their family of a crime, missing child, anything, because now people are going to side eye everything. Like, are you sure? Like, receipts or it didn't happen, your child's missing.
Right.
And that's
I
sad.
think side
That's
eyeing is
sad.
good though. I think side eyeing is good though. I think more and more people
But
should side eye stuff like this,
But that makes me feel sad. I don't want to side eye people that I feel that this is really kind of. I was like, oh Lord, I didn't like the way it made me feel, but in my mind I was like, something stinky.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. I think most of us felt the same way, baby.
That's just me.
Yeah,
And
no,
all
there's
this
an
other stuff popped off.
there's a post. I'm not in the group. It looks like most of the groups that were open under Rudy, like I think most of them, if not all of them, have been made private now, and so therefore I can't. I probably could search this person's name, but I don't. But it's simply just a discussion group, and the person is describing. You don't have to believe Rudy or anyone else sharing their truth. That's totally your call to make. But what happens if you publicly share your disbelief? It reaches the survivor, and you're wrong. Survivors often learn to use manipulation as a defense mechanism, and many develop it as a skill, a means of survival, a means to reduce the abuse they will experience, and a general coping mechanism. And it takes a long time to break that habit. Some never break the habit and they get by just fine. But they also weren't thrust into the spotlight and aren't appearing across international media. Likewise, some survivors with PTSD are known to disassociate, be unable to share their truth in a coherent timeline and contradict themselves. They aren't crazy or telling a lie. things are just scrambled. SA and DV disclosures are complex. Statements are made. Statements are sometimes, let me turn that down, sometimes walked back or modified. This can be due to all types of factors. Among those are a desire to protect the abuser, those who are trauma bonded. Let me slide this down a little bit, or to the best of my ability here. Hang on. Okay. So just another perspective though that I'm seeing somebody put out, and I mean, I know we've kind of talked about that. I feel like over here a bunch that, you know, we just don't want to make. You could definitely have opinions, thoughts, right? What we think. I mean, obviously that's totally okie dokie. I think it's more so like we don't ever want to be accusing that it's a guarantee. I totally just missed the spot that I wanted. Sorry, everybody. You know, because again, what if you're wrong, and what if that's all that he's getting back from everybody is that it was, you know, he's a liar and he made it up and it didn't happen. And if you're a victim and you get, I mean, I don't know if anybody's ever come forward with a story, if you've been through SA, it's kind of a thing that there are a lot of people that question, oh, well, but did you do that? Or, well, why were you there? Or, you know, and so it could definitely affect things a lot worse.
I gotta hop down. My earbud's about to die. Thank you,
Okay.
Bob.
Good
Thank
night.
you so much.
Yeah.
Good night,
And
Miss
that's
Rowena.
where my heart and my head. Good night. That's where my heart and my head conflict. Because in my heart, I would hate to think that I say anything to hurt anybody. I'm like, don't send him any money. Don't just wait for. They're investigating this. I guarantee you. You know that's where my heart and my head get, you know, in conflict. But and I hope I didn't upset anybody, but you know, this is just my opinion. And I'm like nobody. Listen, guys, I'm gonna go lay
Have a good night.
my old tail down. All right, girl, I'm waiting on that button now, and I heard that what happened. And I'm so sorry, and I will definitely retweet. I will definitely retweet it for you because we
Thank
need
you.
good ones. Okay, dear.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. So it just goes on to say, those are trauma bonded who have a sudden fear of not being believed, and those who experience a loss of trust or comfort. I've seen intellect and being articulate repetitively used in an attempt to discount Rudy having a quote learning disability and not being a victim. Individuals with schizoaffective disorder, those who are neurodivergent, and those who have emotional disturbances are capable of having a high intellect. In fact, individuals with a higher IQ are more prone to psychological disorders than those with a lower IQ. Quote, high statistical significance and a remarkably high relative risk ratio of diagnosis for all examined conditions. Okay. Were confirmed among. Okay, so hang on. Let me just get past that part. But it talks about like it implicates high IQ as being a potential risk factor for affective disorders, ADHD, ASD, and for increased incidence of disease related to immune dysregulation. And then it says, not to mention that many of these mental health conditions can co-occur and even be mistaken for other conditions. And they do clarify, which I was about to, because I'm like, geez, how much is this getting into it? They are not a clinical professional, nor am I. I'm just reading. That's it. That's all. This isn't even opinions, and it's definitely not Queen Bees either. But they're just kind of giving this. If you're in the group, you'll be able to see it. It's the discussion group for him. But like I said, it's locked down. Also, so. But yeah, it just like gives another insight and into it. But again, I do see, for us personally, I actually do see a connection where you guys are saying some things you are actually pointing out good reasons that definitely make you stop and realize that it might be more
It's so very true. There's no telling what went on. She may be just an very overprotective mother that lost a son, and then this was her baby, and she just felt like, I don't know, she had to protect him or whatever. But with her taking money, getting money from GoFundMe, and then keeping that money and not returning any of it, I think it is a crime in itself. That's like stealing to me, in my eyes. But that's just me.
Yeah.
But I also feel like if there was a good detective that was sitting there listening to the story, I know they've got the same questions that we've got. If they would have asked him and questioned him, even as an adult, in the state of Texas, incest and essay like that is against the law, period. If a detective would have heard any of that from his mouth, they would have started the investigation and charges would have been pressed. And she would be in jail by now.
Well, ladies, my computer keeps cutting out and my service keeps cutting off, and I've had
My
a hell of a
headset's
time.
dying. I don't know if you guys could hear it, but beeping. I'm like, oh, I'm about to be gone.
Yeah, it's beeping, so I'm gonna let you guys go. But it was a good live. We had a long live, and it was really good. It was like 4 hours, and I was probably
Thank you for
fighting to
having
get
me
on
up,
here for
Miss
at least
Queen.
an hour of it.
Yeah.
I
Well, I
certainly
hope.
appreciate it.
Yeah. Have a great night, everybody. I will see y'all tomorrow.
You too, Miss Burden.
You
Good
too.
luck with
I'll
your
see y'all
monetization.
Good
Thank you
night,
so
y'all.
much.
Have a good night.
Good night, Burden. Good night, Selena.
Good night, Miss Queen. Have a
Good
good
night,
one. Be
everybody.
safe, baby.
Good night, everybody. I will see you guys tomorrow.